Good morning. It's now 9 a.m. and we will reconvene this workshop. First item is roll call. Carrie?
Chair Carvalho,
Here?
Vice Chair Downs,
Here.
Regent Ariscata,
There.
Regent Boylan, Regent Breger, Regent Brooks, Regent Brown,
Here.
Regent Cruz Crawford,
Here.
Regent Del Carlo, Regent Goodman, Regent McMichael,
Here.
Regent Perkins, Regent Tarkanian. You have a quorum present.
Thank you very much. Next item is public comment. For those who would like to call in and offer public comment, please dial 669-444-9171 and enter meeting ID 928-4944-5069 with passcode 555555. I'll now ask for public comment from the meeting sites first. Is there any public comment at GBC?
There is none at this time.
Thank you. Is there any public comment at the system office in Reno?
Yes, there is.
Thank you. Please state and spell your name, and you have 2 minutes.
You missed the roll call.
Good morning, Kent Irvin, ERVIN, Nevada Faculty Alliance. The presentation by NSHE, the board had some good discussions yesterday. The presentation by NSHE was interesting. It wouldn't hurt to identify bottlenecks and blind spots. Due diligence for implementing the NSHE playbook, however, should include talking with institutions who have done it and a cost-benefit analysis. Our professional staffs are depleted and overworked already, so adding responsibilities would be counterproductive. But perhaps the resources diverted to new executive level positions and executive salary increases could be redirected to student success. There was discussion yesterday about the need for mission-specific metrics. We agree, but that doesn't mean that institutions should be able to cherry pick what they report. Dual and concurrent enrollment is just one area in dire need of uniformity in reporting. Today's presentation by NWCCU discusses governance, but fails to mention its own standards related to the role of faculty. 1.C.5 recognizes the central role of faculty to establish curricula, assess student learning, and improve instructional programs. 2.8.4 states the institution's decision-making must include provisions for the consideration of the views of faculty. A system that truly values shared governance must show it by its actions. We remain skeptical of the Complete College America agendas. For example, their 15 to Finish initiative was based on the circular reasoning that more credits leads to faster graduation and neglected the reality of our current students. As President Pollard said yesterday, we shouldn't be designing our programs for the more privileged students we had a generation ago. 15 to Finish became known in some quarters as 15 to Fail. Faculty working conditions are student learning conditions. Quoting Greta DeJong's written comments, education research has shown that substandard faculty working conditions lead to lower retention, achievement, and graduation rates. If we are serious about creating a culture of care for students that fosters success, first look at how faculty are treated and invest more resources there. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all from me now.
Thank you. Is there any public comment here at the Cooperative Extension Office? Seeing none, I will ask for any public comment on the phone.
There are no callers at this time.
Thank you. So we'll move on to item number 4, which...
I have a public comment.
Oh, okay.
I'd like to ask.
Thank you, Regent McMichael.
Good morning. My name is Donald McMichael, McMichael, and I want to bring up the matter again of Jubilee. As the board, we set how fees and tuitions are collected, And as a board, we can have a test pilot program and enact a Jubilee at the beginning of the fall semester. And I would like to ask any of the other regents, because I understand we need 3 for this to be an agenda item, and we can work out how we're going to enact this, but it would really put a feather in our cap for the students, knowing this fall that some, if not all of their tuition, will be eliminated for this test program. Thank you.
All right, we will move on to item number 4, which is the extension of employment agreement for interim chief internal auditor Lauren Tripp. And for this, I will turn the floor to Chief Financial Officer Chris Vitone.
Good morning, Chair Carvalho. Thank you. Chris Vitone, NSHE Chief Financial Officer. This item is an extension, an addendum to extend the interim appointment for your Chief Internal Auditor, interim Chief Internal Auditor Lauren Tripp. The agreement is a fairly brief agreement. Essentially, it's the same terms as the current interim appointment, with the main difference being that in this addendum now, rather than having a fixed end date, the original interim appointment that was entered into last year had a fixed end date of July 31st, 2023, and that's why we're back with this now. To extend the interim appointment, it does not have a fixed termination date for the interim appointment. Now it's set by by the appointment of the permanent chief internal auditor. At that point, this interim appointment would end the day before that appointment, but otherwise the terms are consistent with the current interim appointment. So,
Thank you, CFO Vitone. I will also add that the search committee has started, and the first meeting of that committee will be later this month. Are there any questions or comments from regents? Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. Yes, I'd like to make a motion to approve the extension of the current employment agreement for Lauren Tripp to continue to serve as the interim chief internal auditor beyond the July 31st, 2024 expiration of the agreement and until a permanent chief internal auditor is appointed by the board and that individual's first day of employment commences. That's my motion.
Thank you very much, Regent Del Carlo. I have that motion from Regent Del Carlo and a second from Regent McMichael. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in yes, please go ahead.
I just want to say that I'm finding that Lauren is very enjoyable to work with. She knows her audit stuff, and it's really a pleasure having her in that role. I think she was totally prepared and developed by our former chief internal auditor, who this board had very high regard for, and she's following nicely in his steps. So I'm happy to make the motion. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. I will second that because I think that Ms. Tripp has done an excellent job in this position, and I'm in support of extending her contract until we find a permanent chief internal auditor. And that could be her, yes, I agree. So with that, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. Next, we'll move on to item number 9, Complete College America, Strategies and Best Practices Promoting Student Success. And for this, I'll turn it over to Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs, Daniel Archer.
Good morning, everyone. Daniel Archer for the record. Complete College America has been working with Nevada for a number of years now, and Charles Ansell, who serves as the Vice President for Research Policy and Advocacy, has been a great partner and collaborator in particular, and he is here to lead a discussion on a number of higher education-related topics. So I will turn it over to Charles.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. So yeah, I'm Charles Ansell, and I think many of you we've met before, so it's nice to be here again. And as Dan mentioned, anything data, policy, or also technology lately related to college completion is in my purview. I've been at Complete College America for about 4 years. I know that you've seen, other folks from CCA, I think fairly recently, Brandon Protis, Dr. Protis, he's a strategy director who works directly with Nevada, and I coincidentally live in Reno, and, look to, be involved in ways that I can with higher education in Nevada. Before I go into my opening remarks, and again, I do very much want this to be a discussion, I want to go ahead and just address right now the thing the faculty member from the Nevada Faculty Alliance brought up in the comment there. I think, that it's very, I think CCA, we obviously have a lot of student success reforms that we push. It's not just one. And I would say, this is just my personal opinion, not necessarily CCA's, that I think 15 to Finish is one of the more controversial ones. I think it's more controversial, and CCA has some culpability here, but it's one of the more tricky ones to parse. I think that it can be implemented as if it is something that should target all students. We do not think that 15 to Finish is for all students. What 15 to Finish is targeted for, and I'm going to speak a little bit, I'm going to mix in some of my personal experience because I used to lead student success at a couple different college systems before going to CCA, and in both of those we did in fact implement 15 to Finish. But the implementation, the biggest part to remember about it is that it's geared towards full-time students. The whole premise is that if I, say, meet with a college advisor or I'm registering online through a registration system and I'm attending full-time, the full-time definition, the definition for a full-time student according to the U.S. Department of Education for financial aid purposes is 12 credits. But if I'm full-time, and we would do this in orientations, is raise your hand if you think, whether I was at a 2-year college or a 4-year college, that you're going to be out of here in 2 years, and all the full-time students raise their hand. And it's like, all right, how many of you are signed up for 15 per semester? Because the math of it is 12, 12, 12, 12. That gets you to 48. Now, we've seen a lot of permutations on 15 to Finish that involve, think 30 or track towards 30, something that keeps it mathematically in line with what is the implicit advertisement of attending a 2-year college or a 4-year college, which is that if you're full-time, you'd be getting out in that time frame. Now, that said, I think that, we could be more clear, and I think anybody working on the 15 to Finish initiative can be clear and work with CCA on the clarity here that that's not necessarily for part-time students, right? And it's not even necessarily for all full-time students. If I have a full-time job, I have parental obligations, it might not work. But the idea is to have, with full-time students, the default going into that conversation to start at 15. And if it needs to work down to 12, it can, but not go 12 up, right? Because for students who may not have all those obligations, the course load that mathematically gets you out is not the one that's advertised in the definition of financial aid. It's truly what will get you out in 2 years or in 4 years. So I do hope that faculty member is listening, and certainly very, very open, whether it's, he mentioned the CCA agenda. So if he would like to talk about, or if the faculty would like to talk about that or any other aspect, I live right in Reno, so just glad to do it and to just meet up. Okay, few things. So I know I've got 2 hours. So what I would like to do is if it works for everybody, I've prepared some slides here. I would like to go through the first 7 or 8 or so that kind of lay out the land as I see it in terms of preparing for this session, and creating what I thought was some relevant current state information on the state of higher education in Nevada, and then open it up for discussion purposes at that point, and maybe even, I don't know if this is like inappropriate, but maybe even join you at one of the seats here to be able to partake in that discussion, and then if need be come back up to do some more of the slides. But the idea is my thought going into this and my understanding of going into this presentation is that the idea is that we're trying to have really good, robust discussion, potentially, disagreement on some of these efforts that, we're trying to push. And by we, I mean, any of us, whether it's, at a college or at the system level or, CCA, if there's skepticism around something we're pushing. And we're always open to feedback. We're always continuously improving. So yeah, with that was a bit of a long wind-up, so thank you for bearing with me there. Yay, this works. So this is an overview of what we'll be going over here, right? So like I just mentioned, I'm hoping to cover, just a sort of a Nevada college completion picture. And I know that you all can complete that picture, far better than I can. So, would love to, hear if there's anything that's interesting or doesn't really jive with your understanding of what's going on, or things that you'd like to add as I go through. But then the idea is, okay, so this is current state. So then what are some of the trends that we're seeing at Complete College America to dramatically increase graduation rates and to do it in a way that's inclusive for all students? So what I'm going to do is highlight, I'll briefly review again the full gamut of things that Complete College America pushes forward in terms of college completion strategy. And I do want to mention, I had an opportunity to review the full agenda. We partner with NSHE. I partner with Tim personally all the time. We do stuff with NASEP. I know they're coming up. We've worked in the past, like a year or two ago, with NWCCU. So, from where I stand, not only do I think you have a pretty solid agenda, but I hope that, and I'm going to, do my best here, but I hope that this is in some ways complementary to stuff that you've already heard, but also cues up your conversations for later in the day. And feel free to bring those stuff in or to ask about these things because, for the large part, your agenda is, with people that frankly CCA partners with. But anyways, I'm going to go through the 4 pillars that organize and represent our full body of student success reforms. I'm going to dive in though, this is, from my understanding of, looking at the agenda, right, like that you're, there's certain topics you're looking at, in particular credit for competency and dual enrollment. I know that you had, had a robust conversation about correct remediation at a recent session, so I chose not to emphasize that, but can dive right into that if that's what's preferred or where the discussion goes. But I'm going to really focus on a few things. But then I'm going to dive in to, just to the point of like, okay, well, what is new in higher ed this year? Well, the 2 things that are new is a highly problematic rollout of the FAFSA nationally that I'm sure the data shows that you're all suffering from, just like the whole country, and glad to talk through that, talk through what we've seen that works across the country. I'll get to that when we're there. And then AI, right? And I know that that's something that's also shaking up everything. This is not going to be necessarily a conversation that's just pure boosterism of AI. It's going to be just, can we be clear-eyed about what the employer prospects are in terms of AI, in terms of jobs that might require AI competencies, and how do we make sure that students in this system and in public colleges across the country don't get left behind as the world changes. Then we'll pivot into 2 other topics. One around funding towards attainment goals. I'm really excited to go into that topic because I know that Nevada is doing some really interesting things there with adequacy funding. So, really curious to also learn what's going on because that might be national leading stuff. And then go into, there was a comment that the faculty member just made. I should have written down this person's name and now I just keep saying the faculty member. But metrics. Yes, fully agree that there just shouldn't be a few metrics, right? So how do you make a real robust performance management system? Obviously there's limits to understanding student reality by quantitative information alone. But that said, data is great. Data democratizes your view on the world. It doesn't pedestal your most recent memories, your worst memories, your first memories. It really gives you an idea of what's going on. And so I think that, at CCA, our big push is more important than data access is knowing what you're measuring and making sure that the right data-driven conversations are happening at the right time. And I'll say this throughout probably, but if I forget to, I'll say it now for sure. Any of these things, if any of this is interesting, I am dying to work with anybody in this room on it. I'm right here. I'm in Reno, thrilled to do it, and just thrilled to work with anybody who has questions about what we're trying to do. So, because I think that we're all aiming for the same things. Okay, so let me get into it. So first, so this is just a quick overview of higher ed attainment needs, right? So what's not depicted on the slide, although it is if you add up the numbers, is that by the year 2031, 61% of Nevada residents should have a credential of economic and ongoing educational value for an optimized economy, right? Now, some people who are naysayers of the value of higher ed say, well, not everybody needs to go to college. Sure, that's true. Like, the target isn't 100 by 31. It's 61 by 31. But 61% is a lot. And what this slide is showing is against these sorts of, job breakdowns, right? Is that twice as many, new job openings by the year 2031, twice as many of them are going to require college credentials of some sort relative to a high school diploma. And obviously you can do the same math on a high school diploma versus less than high school diploma, but in terms of sheer numbers, this is where the economy is trending in Nevada and in other states. The percent breakdown of projected job openings by ed attainment, I just want to emphasize here too that one of the trends that we're seeing across the country, and that this data source frankly shows across the country, is that within degree attainment levels that are going to be required for a given state, it's shifting in two different directions at once. But this some college area where it's like certificates, so think about jobs that have technician at the end of the title, like that sort of thing, as well as baccalaureate, right? And that doesn't mean that that's going to require less community college degree attainment whatsoever. In fact, probably the opposite, right? Because one of the strongest ladders towards baccalaureate for people who come from lower household income or lower wealth backgrounds is the community college with the full transfer potential of getting to junior standing, right? So not to mention, by the way, it's not depicted on the slide, but and I'm not really going to get into it unless we want to go there, but a big portion of our work at Complete College America is also around civic learning and democracy engagement. And we know that learning is not just about economics and economic mobility. That's important, but it's also about learning, and it's also about citizenship, and it's also about making sure that we also promote all the non-economic benefits of higher education as well. So in terms of health outcomes and voting participation, this sort of thing. So where is Nevada, in terms of being positioned towards getting to that goal? So first I'm going to hit on some financials, and then I'm going to dive into some student success current state, right? First, I want to call out, if we start at the left, Nevada provides so much state aid per FTE relative to the country. It's really great, especially when you combine that with the fact that net tuition revenue per FTE is so low. I mean, which is going to lead to the other part of the story, right? But from an affordability perspective, right now, this isn't depicted here, but 26% of institutional revenue in Nevada comes from tuition, relative to 40% for the rest of the country. So that means, Nevada's really held a line when it comes to affordability. That's quite impressive. Now, the problem, and I think that this is something that I'm sure comes up in every meeting, and it's something that was somewhat indirectly alluded to in the public comment, is the state also provides less money per FTE relative to the country, right? So you've already got less tuition, right? But you also have less state-based appropriations. And then if you go to the right, you can see there's no real local tax as a funding source. So this is comparing Nevada versus the US here, right? So showing that, 86% of the funding sources come from state tax, and then 14% come from non-tax, some of that's federal or grants or things like this. Whereas, across the country, you usually get to 94 through a combination of state and local. So obviously this has implications for, a portion that I hope to get into, which is, and learning from you, but also going into what our model and our theory of the case is in terms of tying college completion to funding and backing the affordability conversation out of college completion. But we're not so naive that to think that you don't need both. But it also implies, right, I think pretty clearly that it means you have to do more with less. And so doing more with less, obviously points to efficiency. And so I would say that one of the most important metrics on that is cost per graduate, right? And figuring out how to get there. Now, when you get to cost per graduate, that implies, okay, well, are students graduating, right? How many of them are graduating and how quickly are they graduating? Are we providing a good service? So I'm not going to spend a ton of time here, but this slide is just showing that, all the grad rates in different colleges are going up. I do want to point out that I had to choose one grad rate. There's other grad rates where different, the bars will look different, and different colleges will be in different places. But the point is that there is a lot of progress being made. I wanted to quickly get to this slide, though, around, where Nevada stands. So I truly, genuinely believe that Nevada, even though as a state has one of the lower statewide attainment rates in the country, is fairly well positioned based on metrics of freshman students and sophomores to not only grow, but there might be a sort of a hockey stick trend in coming years where it's going to go like this and then start going up a lot because of your increase in your math and English pass rates, because of your increase in credit accumulation, because of your increase in credit completion ratio. But that said, let's be dire for a second. So, percent of two-year students graduating in 150% of expected completion time. So this goes back to the 15 to finish thing, right? So if I'm a full-time student, you would at least think, let's say I take 12 credits every semester, I don't do 15 to finish. You would at least think, okay, well, mathematically I should still be out of a 2-year college in 3 years, of a 4-year college in 6 years. And that's not the case, right? It's 24%. Now, I want to be abundantly clear, and this is something that actually has a whole lot of student success ramifications as we talk about it. I'm choosing some grad rates here, right? Like if you look at the community college graduation rate, let's say, I don't know, the 6-year grad rate. And I'll admit, I don't know off the top of my head the Nevada number, but I know nationally. The 6-year grad rate for community colleges for students who attend exclusively full-time is 63%. That number dramatically drops once students are mixed enrollment, like full-time downshifting to part-time, part-time upshifting to full-time, and then if a student is exclusively part-time, it's less than 1 in 5 for graduating a 2-year college in 6 years. So there's lots of stories that can be told depending on which graduation rate you choose to display. I'm choosing these, partly because I think that this represents, whether we like it or not, what accreditors and the federal government and state government, really care about in terms of full-time graduation rate. I also think, if anything, I'd be more aggressive and go to that 100% of expected completion time. That's the same spirit or impetus behind the 15 to Finish initiative. But I also wanted to make sure I was aligning with data that was published on the NSHE website. So for 4-year students, it's 54%. I also, sorry that I keep caveating because there is an important message here that I keep caveating around. These are in line with the nation, right? Like, at first blush, you see 24%, oh my God, that's so low. And it is, and the whole country's so low, and it's really, a shame. And I think that that's, what we need to talk about in this presentation. I think that the moral goal, even though it sounds impractical and naive, is truly 100%. And if we were trying to get to 100%, what would that actually take, right? But yeah, I just wanted to be clear. I mean, this is, I do this in many different states, and this part of the presentation is not dissimilar. Also not dissimilar, if anything slightly better, is enrollment since the pandemic. So in the 2-year space, we've seen a 12% drop in enrollment. This is not as bad as the national 13%, but it's still pretty bad. For public 4 years, we've actually seen growth of 4% here in Nevada. Now, I know part of this, in my ever caveating in my monologue way, is, there's one great thing that's in that data, and then there's one thing that's just kind of like a, it's really just one thing. So the one thing is that if you look at public 4-year, and let's say it's going up in, say, I don't know, California, or California wouldn't be great, but Michigan maybe, or let's say Michigan. That's boosted by like an Ann Arbor or a Michigan State. And these are colleges that enroll, like R1s that bring in so many out-of-state students. And I know that's part of the R1 enrollment pie. But, I think it's really great that in Nevada that your R1s are still, very, very open to students of all stripes. and very open to Nevadans. And so when you see a 4% jump in enrollment, not only is that good news relative to the country because that's not what they're seeing, but it's also especially good news because of the students that Nevada is serving in your public 4 years relative to public 4 years in other states. So it's quite impressive. On more of a downer, there's 320,000 people in Nevada who have dropped out and don't have a credential to show for it. And, let's play that out, right? So what does that actually mean? For many people, this really plays out by race in disastrous ways. I can say, nationally, that half of black students who don't end up getting a credential but took out a student loan will default on that loan. Default is not great. It is wage garnishment for a really long time portion of your life. It impacts Social Security. Student loan debt is, I'm sure you all know, one of the worst types of debt. And so this 300,000 residents without a credential, but some colleges, 3 times the total number of undergrads enrolled in the state of Nevada right now, right? So, and this number is actually a little bit deflated because it stops at age 65. So what does this all give us, right? So your grad rate is how many students are graduating if they enroll. Your enrollment is how many people are participating in college. You put those things together, that's how you get your attainment. So you're at 36% attainment, that's associate degree or higher. You are at 43% when you add in all those certificates, that some college category from the prior slide. And your attainment goal is 61. I'm not saying that's your attainment goal. I'm saying that the Georgetown Center for the Economics, Education, and the Workforce said, based on our projections, and you have this deck, the sources are right there. If you go to it, you can actually look like per job occupational sector to see, what attainment rate is required at different degree levels, intersecting against the different occupational areas, such that, you can start doing some really fun bean counting to see, how you'd be able to get there. So I think it's also very important to, talk about in the current state, at CCA, we always, are very equity forward. And what that means to us is not a buzzword. It means how are we making sure that the right supports are getting to the right students, depending on their individual needs, such that everybody is able to have an equal shot at the end of the day to be able to attain the program that they're aspiring towards. And, we focus a lot on race and household income background. We use Pell data largely as a proxy, but I wanted to pull 2 things here because these were the things that stood out as stark to me when I was looking at Nevada-specific attainment data. So one is, on race ethnicity, you certainly have significant differentials, and you can see them here. And you can have a multiples level of difference, say, between, Hispanic and white or Asian. But then there's also huge differentials by county, right? So the more rural, this is, obviously common across the country, but the more rural that we get, we start seeing some pretty serious differentials too. And, obviously that's 61 by 31. When I talk about those numbers, without the full knowledge of everybody in this room on what's behind all of them and the students behind all of them, I certainly think that everybody should have that equal shot to participate in that 61, right? And I think that these numbers belie that sort of equality of opportunity and mobility that higher education confers is not necessarily spread in a way that's going to work for equal access and inclusive access for all students and from all walks of life. So before I go further, so this was kind of the plan here, and I'll stand for now. But hopefully, if we get a lot of discussion going, I might actually not just stand at you for 2 hours. Thoughts, questions on any of the stuff that I just shared, right? Does this jibe with your understanding? Is this not new? Is this new? What are some of the, do you have confirmations, problems, jokes, snide remarks, anything? Yeah.
Thank you. I have a question about the previous slide. I think it's slide 8. And maybe it's the definition might be different. The attainment differentials for the Hispanic population, I thought we saw yesterday, was the highest of any of the groups. We're showing it's lower than many of the other groups.
So I will let's all double check it, right? But the source here, it's from the Lumina Foundation. They track using census data what the higher education attainment rate is across the country. They break it down by county and by race. Now, what might be happening, I did not catch the presentation yesterday, but there's an important distinction that maybe I should have mentioned. So there's attainment, right, which is population-wide, like who has a credential. And then there's graduation rate or college completion, which is, hey, in this given year, this is our grad rate for these students. So this could be a function of history, right, where you might have, a lot of, Hispanic population who maybe did go to college or didn't go to college like 10 years ago, in 30s and 40s or 50s, and they don't have that credential, but it might not necessarily be reflecting or congruent with the trajectory of higher education in Nevada, which might have lower gaps because it's dealing more with like grad rate. And I would love to learn if it's truly first in the nation type stuff. I was not aware of that, but would glad.
No, it was just in Nevada, but I think that's current graduation rates. or
Yeah, that's probably the
completion
difference.
rates
Yep.
Of the population. So if you're talking about overall in population for long period, maybe, this might be a different number. Thank you.
That's I'm really glad you brought, that's a really important distinction. So attainment is like population-wide, what are we looking at here? Versus how are we doing right now? And that's like graduation rates and completion. And I should be more mindful of, not treating them synonymously.
Yes, Regent McMichael. And in all of these discussions we're having, I'm kind of lost as to how many factors are pulling these students out of college and universities versus what we do to keep them in those college seats. Now, I know students might get ill, or they might have an illness in the family, or one or more of the breadwinners lose their job. There's so many factors involved, and all of them come down to money. That's the overall factor. We can't get away from it. So I'm trying to figure out what's the best way that we can keep these students in these seats without these other factors pulling them away. Now, again, I'm going to go back to Jubilee, and we could have a test program and see how we can affect and keep students in these seats, especially if they know that they're part of their tuition or all of their tuition is going to be paid for 1 semester or 2 semesters, however you want to work it out. That takes the burden off of them, knowing that, hey, my child doesn't have to work a part-time job and maybe having to get that extra income, and it's going to deprive them from the time that they need to study, knowing that anything that takes away from their study is detrimental in trying to get them that degree to finish. I'm thinking that the burden is on us to find unique ways of making sure that we can keep tuition costs low enough to keep these students in these seats for the duration, whether it's 2 years or it's 4 years. And I don't see any other way of doing this without bringing in the most monumental factor, and that's the cost. So we can talk around and say, well, the fees, we can increase fees here and there, and we can reduce tuition, but there are so many other fees that are involved that if we can eliminate most or all of the tuition, we're still going to make money, because seats in the chair is going to generate money. Whether it's parking fees or lab fees or whatever other fees that you can come up with, but they don't have the burden of that tuition fee that's hanging over their head. If they have to take out a loan and then they default on that loan, you can guarantee that that person won't continue in the higher education. They're going to be saddled the rest of their life with trying to pay back that loan that
That's
they
right.
took out, even if it was in good faith. But maybe we should come up with our own insurance policy to pay off some of these loans if they enter into a contract. I mean, we counsel them on how best to utilize private loans if they have to go that way. We have all kinds of tuition assistance programs, from the state, from the federal government, but it still boils down to the tuition is killing them. So if we are not going to talk about some novel way of bringing down the cost of the tuition to keep these people in their seats at a college or university, we're just beating our heads up against the wall. We're not going to solve the problem by, saying, well, we can increase our entry rate to these higher educational institutions, but when it comes right down to it, we're going to see so many of these individuals exit the system because of factors that we don't have any control over, but we can reduce tuition to make them want to stay because they're not losing anything. They're actually gaining something. They're gaining the ability to know that in the future, their paycheck won't be garnished because they took out a loan to meet the needs to complete a 4-year or 2-year degree. So again, let's not be beating around the bush. It's a tuition thing that we need to tackle. Thank you.
For the record, Patty Charlton, Interim Chancellor. So Regent McMichael, thank you for those comments. And I will say that we do know that this board has been very mindful regarding attempts to keep the cost of education down. And yes, the cost of education can be a barrier, and it is a significant barrier. And we don't, and I know that each of the presidents don't like to see when students take loans and they are made available to them. I think there are other factors and we talked in our financial aid conversations and others about the total cost of attendance, which we cannot close that gap. That includes just the cost of living for a student that is, as you mentioned, outside of the realm of the board because it's what's happening with inflation, it's what's happening with gas. But one of the things that we also recognize, and I think every one of these presidents in some form or fashion has secured and established an emergency loan fund for students because life happens and we recognize that students make choices and have priorities. I think we heard from a student yesterday who's still here today regarding some of the challenges of completion. It's not just about the cost, but the cost is significant. It's other factors that happen in their life, being able to transition from one institution to the other, make sure that they're not duplicating. But I think that some of our presidents particularly would be able to address what some of those challenges that they see. I think in the rurals might be a little bit different. I think that, where you look at some of those different graduation rates, you see what some of those challenges might be. And so perhaps some of our presidents would want to just, give a couple of those points of what they see on the ground every single day with the challenges that students face.
President Delpy.
Hi, thank you. Kyle Delpy, Western Nevada College. So I'll start with a couple comments based on what the Chancellor said. I want to embrace the Jubilee, of course, but I do have a couple follow-ups that I wanted to ask Complete College America that predate, I wrote down before your comment. The tuition for our state is less than others. You said 26% compared to 40%, is that right?
Yeah, so that number, and that wasn't on the slide, but that number is the percent of your institutional revenue that's coming from tuition. So, and you're kind of in line with where the country has been. now the country has jacked up tuition, and so 40% is the average across the country in terms of what proportion of their revenues coming from tuition. And I want to be clear, like personally, like, I mean, I very much agree. Like, I wouldn't take that as a thing like, hey, we need to start looking at raising tuition. I think the trick, but this, we'll probably get to this conversation later, and I think it's kind of in the room, but just what does that mean for state appropriations, right? Because I think that, you know, somehow the pie needs to be made whole.
So no, I appreciate that, because at the end of the day, the money's got to come from somewhere. I wanted to follow up on something Regent Michael asked yesterday, because I had the numbers pulled, because we did implement the Native American waiver, and I appreciate the state support that came after that. But that actually, from FY23 to FY24, increased students who enrolled from 18 to 58 who took advantage of that waiver program. And so the waiver, in effect, is a washing away of registration fees. So that concept works. It's just how do you pay for it? So back to the question on the institutional level, I actually feel pretty confident sitting here today that we have some sort of scholarship we can get to any student, because we have exceeded our fundraising goals, and money for, in particular, CTE programs is available for students, including not only cost of attendance, but cost of housing through our roads program that was funded through DETR, and we keep scaling those up. We're at the highest we've ever been, the college has ever been, on fundraising, which includes a large number of scholarships for students, which then is why our trend on our loan rates is down, which means our default rates are down. So a lot of that is already being put in motion, whether it's a student taking one class or like a full nursing program. The one piece, though, that is key, especially for us, is capturing the students who have some sort of part-time enrollment, which for us is 75% of our students, the majority of them 3 to 6 credits, finding the financial aid solution for them, whether it's private money, federal Pell, however it plays out, so that they can then enroll in more credits and keep going. Because if they do, like you said, if they don't complete in a few years, they'll get discouraged and drop out completely. And so to keep the part-time students more in maybe 3/4, but full-time space is a really targeted initiative for us, because the persistence rate on those students is much lower than our full-time students.
Can I add something to that from a national perspective? So I think that, and this is, addressing your remarks, is, how should I put this? There are definitely students in colleges that Complete College America does not work with, and not because we dislike them or something, but because there's just not a college completion crisis, right? So if I'm sure these numbers are very similar for Nevada. I don't know them off the top of my head, but private not-for-profit, if I'm an exclusively full-time student, like I mentioned earlier, the grad rate in 6 years is 88%. If I am at a public 4-year and I'm enrolled exclusively full-time, the grad rate is 84%. And again, these are 6-year. And if I'm at a public 2-year, it's 63. I'll double check. It might be 66. I'll get you the exact number, but it's in the 60s. And so the question is, well, what do these students have? And if you ask students who stop out, there's been many surveys done. I think the most recent one, this was either by the Institute for College Access and Success or by CALE, the Council for Academic and Experiential Learning. They say, why'd you drop out? And 20% say academic reasons, 60% say life, and like 60% say finance, which to me are kind of the same, because they break down the life categories. Like, I got to work. Well, why do you have to work, right? It's the same thing as finance. And even with academics, these three things are hardly mutually exclusive, right? So sometimes it's like, well, I said finance because I couldn't keep my financial aid, because I was no longer eligible, because I did not maintain satisfactory academic progress, and now financial reasons are the reason I dropped out. I think, and this is some of the slides that I'm going to get to, or I shouldn't say slides, but like discussion areas, is, on the one hand, there are real financial implications to a lot of the student success reforms we're talking about, right? Like, so if I'm, again, it won't be necessarily the focus for today, but, if I'm taking prereq dev ed in math English, I'm using my financial aid for courses that don't count towards college credit. Or if I'm in high school, on the flip side, and getting college credit while in high school, okay, now I'm, essentially getting a lot of college courses either at a very steep discount or totally for free, depending on what you have set up. Same with working learners and incumbent workforce, making sure that I can get credit for competency. So on the one hand, there's always this, time is the enemy of college completion. So how do we, make sure that we're serving part-time students as well as possible and full-time students by making sure that there's this momentum that does not in any way sacrifice quality. And then at the same time, there's also the financial wherewithal to be able to not only implement, just your operations and your learning and your quality, let alone the student success reforms, as well as to make sure that tuition is not a problem and to solve for, to the extent that it's in the purview of the board, which there are limits, right? But like around tech insecurity, food insecurity, housing insecurity, and I know that the colleges also have lots of programs for that too. So I really do think it's both the student success reforms and staying as affordable as possible.
Mr. Ansel, before we move
Yeah,
on,
please.
I'd like to invite you, if you
Yeah.
would like to sit down next between
Thank you.
Renee and
I appreciate it.
and President Whitfield.
You can call me Renee.
I have a follow-up.
Sure, please go ahead.
Also, I know, and I'm glad to hear that we've had progress in coming forward with scholarships for Indigenous people, Native Americans, and I would like to offer, if we can find a way to add a scholarship for descendants of slaves. I know it might be a touchy, feely kind of thing to say, America was involved in slavery and we don't want to touch reparations and all of that. But I'm thinking that if we can come up with programs that enable certain minority groups to get a foothold in our society, and if we could work that in, that would also be great. But another thing I wanted to touch on again, how do we formulate an insurance policy for the state of Nevada that is tied with students taking on additional debt? Now, I'm not talking about debt forgiveness, like the federal government has been doing. I think if you entered into a contract and you agreed, at some point you have to live up to that obligation and you have to pay your debt. But in certain circumstances where companies have cheated their students and believing that what they're giving them will definitely benefit them, and I guess one example would be ITT. Most, if not all of that debt has been forgiven. But if we could come up with an insurance policy that says, okay, under certain circumstances, that are beyond the control of most students when they take on this debt, if they lose their job, or a family member gets sick, and it means that they have to drop out of school in order to support, 100%, they're still saddled with that burden of having to pay back that loan. So I don't understand why no one's come up with an insurance program that says, okay, in addition to taking out this loan, you're obligated to pay, 1.2% as an insurance policy in case, something that happens, and we'll stipulate what those conditions are. As long as they pay into the insurance policy, if that situation arises, they're eliminated from having that incurred debt to continue for the rest of their life in some, aspects. So can't we at least look into some sort of ability to ensure that students aren't obligated if certain factors we deem, out of the unusual? I mean, losing a job it's something that happens, but if it's part of why the student is able to make his payments and stay in that college or university, we need to be able to say to them, look, okay, this is beyond your control, and we understand, that's why we set up an insurance policy. So if you have to, drop out, you're not settled with that debt. You will pay that debt off. And like I said, it's not going to be for free. They're going to have to pay into the insurance policy. And if enough students do that, it'll be solvent. You don't have to worry about it. If, 1% of the students drop out, they don't have that added burden. And because they don't have that added burden, at some point, they're going to come back into the system. They're not going to say, well, I'm out and I'll never be able to come back in. They might have, college credits. They might be very close to getting that degree. But because they're settled with, now I have to get a full-time job to continue paying this debt that's going to be with me for 5, 10, 15, 20 years. It's going to have an effect on me, getting an apartment, buying a house, getting a car. My credit rating is going to be, affected. All of these factors happen, but if we can say to them, if you pay into this insurance policy, we guarantee you that if you meet the criteria, you're not settled with that debt for the rest of your life.
Regent McMichael, thank you for those comments. I appreciate that, and I think that does go with what we're talking about. But I'd like to get back on track with Mr. Ansell's presentation. Thank you.
And is it okay if I just present from right here? All right, cool.
Yes, of
Thank
course.
you. Much more relatable. Okay, so if this first portion was, kind of describing just to the extent you can in a few slides, the current state quantitatively in, different areas of the higher education attainment picture in Nevada, I wanted to kind of go in now to what Complete College America works on. Again, always with the understanding that, if you're interested in any of this, if anybody's interested in any of this, very eager to have you reach out and to see if there's something there where we can work together. I'm going to go through 3 broad areas, right? And what you've probably heard before from my colleagues at CCA and others, and certainly at our events, because this has been the main focus, is that first column. Implementing the student success pillars. So I'm not going to go into all of them, but I do want to remind exactly what Complete College America is about, right? So we've got a set of evidence-driven reforms. We organize them into 4 different categories. We call those categories our pillars: purpose, structure, momentum, and support. I did not have an opportunity to check out the Tim Rennick's presentation yesterday from NSHE, but I would not be surprised if there was, a sort of a pathways metaphor to it, in which case, it might be helpful to think of our 4 pillars in that sort of paradigm, right? So like purpose being the destination, structure, the route, momentum, the speed with which you're going, and support all of the wraparounds, right? So, purpose, we don't have the time to go through all of these. But the idea is that, there's lo and behold, huge evidence that if people in general are interested in what they're pursuing, they're more likely to get it done. And that's certainly true for academics. So if students are able to choose an academic pathway or a major in their first semester or their first year, especially if that's down a pathway that allows for pivotability, if they change their mind without losing any credit, they're far more likely to complete their credential. And these things can be done well through academic and career alignment and career-based advising, having students, work on personal aspirations through first-year experience type courses and advising. Structure is kind of the anchor of the pathways metaphor, right? That's making sure that all students are able to access semester by semester academic programming, so they're able to manage their lives around college, right? Instead of, for lack of a better way of putting it, manage their lives around college instead of the other way around. And I think that this is one of the things that's really caught on across the country where, plenty of colleges, more colleges than not at this point, have semester by semester mappings of their academic programs. What doesn't exist, what's far more rare, is students actually being able to register onto them, to have a technical system that works for them, that ensures that they are in fact able to take the right courses. When you don't have that in place, then your advising conversations, if you invest in a strong professional advising corps, or even, if it's set up in a different way, there's plenty of times that faculty advising works, but so much of that conversation gets eaten up in the transactional hunting and pecking for the right courses as opposed to the actual advice. So, it's about what system you're working with. Also in our structure pillar is block scheduling and predictive scheduling. So this is making sure that course timing within a day works for a student, so they're not coming to and from campus multiple times, or maybe something's online, and predictive scheduling, so they can enroll for more than a semester at once. I mean, ideally, what you would be able to do, and what frankly students are able to do in other countries, is just boom, you want to go into political science, here's your schedule for the next several years. Higher ed is largely very much behind that, and there's many reasons. But to the extent that you can have predictive scheduling for a full year, that's also shown, of course. These are common sense things. You won't be shocked if I say there's a big evidence base behind that being very helpful. Momentum, we already talked about two of them, so I won't go into it. 15 to finish and co-requisite driven remediation. I will go into the other areas in the momentum pillar, so the speed with which you're going down that academic pathway. There's ones that I think that we're going to dive into a little bit here, that more clearly divorce learning from time. And I think if anything, more directly get to the spirit of Regent McMichael's remarks, which is, being able to say, hey, I can get all this college credit while I'm in high school, or I can get all this college credit while I'm on the job, because I shouldn't have to take coursework that is just going over things that I already learned through my job. And so we'll dive into that. So that's 1/3. I don't want to say of what CCA does, but certainly of what's in my purview in terms of being the head of data policy and tech. I will say, not depicted here, is that we are always looking at, and I will hit this in a couple slides, we're always looking at how we can scale these changes. The most common way you scale things is through policy. Second most common, or I shouldn't say common, but most commonly thought of, even though this can be more effective, is of course through technology, right? Turnover in higher education at the leadership levels is very, very high. So to the extent that you're able to embed changes in your technical systems, that's the type of things that outlast turnover, right? I can say from my prior experience, most of my regrets and most of my successes are, well, what was I able to get in that technical system? So at City College of Chicago, we were able to put in a place where, all students were able to register onto semester by semester academic programming. And then, if new priorities came with successive administrations, and maybe that wasn't the highest priority on the student success area, I'm not saying it was or wasn't in that realm. The idea is that the change in the technical system is what lasts. And so why do I bring this up? Because AI, right? So AI has the potential to be, AI is not going to solve everything. And now I'm giving a little personal opinion here, but I don't think that AI is super great for when you need to prioritize non-relational things, when you need to prioritize creative work, when you need to prioritize accuracy. But it's super excellent at getting 80% of a start done on really large, tedious tasks, whether that's matching equivalencies or say, hey, here's all of our data around course plans and availability. What would it look like to make this work for this volume of students, this sort of thing. We've yet to see something like this come out yet. In AI, although we have seen some really interesting and great reforms that are in place in some colleges. But I would predict that something's going to be coming that way very shortly, given how quickly that field is moving. Okay, the other two areas. Fund completion goals. So CCA is increasingly getting into the funding game. Now, what does that mean? So the way, look, I won't go deep into this. You all know this stuff, but higher ed appropriations, generally, to my mind, has a sort of a, for lack of a better way of putting it, a kind of a maturity curve, right? Where, there's some, states and systems where it's like anything goes. It's just political and there's really no basis, and it's just base plus at best. Second is basing it off of an enrollment formula or inputs or FTE or something like that. And sometimes those end up being very back cycle, where it's like, okay, 2 years, your enrollment was this, so here's your funding. CCA has been in the business of outcomes-based funding or performance-based funding for many years, so that's introducing student success metrics for accountability purposes, and I think that has been a very good thing because it has moved the conversation at gubernatorial and legislative levels to talking about student success and the creation of successful alumni, which, for lack of a better way of putting it, is kind of the point of college as opposed to just having people in seats. Now, that said, it's not something that performance-based funding it does not have an evidence base behind it that it has worked. I almost think it's kind of belied the fact that 30 states have some sort of performance-based funding in their appropriations, and yet it totals 8% of all appropriations. And that's because, very often it's, not funded because, very often it's set up as, hey, if we have more money, we'll have this sort of student success bonus. But also, if you have a funding system that says, if you do really well, we'll give you this money for your student success achievements, and then that way you can do really well. It's kind of a catch-22. It kind of has it in reverse order. So what we're proposing at CCA, and again, we probably don't have time to get into all of this, so I hope that there truly is maybe an opportunity for collaboration here, given your work on adequacy funding. But what does it take to get to 61 by 31? Like, this is how we budget in our lives, right? We have a target and then we work backwards to figure out financially what that would take. And there's going to be, to the Regents' point earlier, there's affordability implications in that. There's student success implications. But let's back out from that number. And what would that quantitatively take on a per institution basis? And in this way, you still have the student success piece and student success metrics and the work that's required to do that and the policies that need to be in place in order to partake in that sort of system still are paramount, but it's not just focusing on how the budgetary pie is sliced, it's also how big it is. It's not just accountability, it's also adequacy. So that's another area of work that I certainly want to mention here. The third area, and I don't know if we'll have time to get to this, so I will go a little bit slightly more in depth here, just in case there is interest in pursuing this. Managing to the metrics of student success. So I think, when graduation rates go up, I don't have data to prove what I'm going to say, but this is my hunch, and it's certainly been my personal experience, that you put in the right reforms, and those can be causally and correlatively linked to increased grad rates. But then there's also just the relentless management to the metrics that make sure that you get there. And the colleges that set that up ensure that any reform effort that they push is not a mere fad, but becomes entrenched in the culture and the way of doing things itself. So what that means here is this. At the highest level, what are your key performance indicators? And those need to be, there's best practices for coming up with that, and I do think that needs to be democratically done. I think it needs to involve, students and faculty, and they should be involved in every aspect of this sort of program that I'm talking about here. But then once you know that, then what are the predictors of those KPIs? So for example, you probably care a lot about post-completion metrics. Like, you want students to graduate not just in credentials, but in credentials of economic value. So you have, at this top level, your median wage, your percent employed in area of occupational training. But then the predictors of that is going to be your total degrees and your grad rates and metrics like that. Then the predictors of those are your retention rates, your credit completion ratio, so what proportion of credits are earned over total attempted, your full-time students getting to 30 credits in their first year, or part-time to 15 in their first year, this sort of thing. And then you've got the metrics at the base layer that generally don't really get tracked with a lot of rigor. I'm not speaking for any college here. For all I know, that happens. But this is off my experience at CCA nationally looking at colleges, that at this bottom layer, if you say, we're going to get all students to be on academic programs of value. Okay, whoa. I went way too close to my mic, sorry. Okay, how are you doing on your Pathways initiative? Well, the answer would be, what percent of students are registering on academic plans? And the idea would be you would know that every week, and you would track that because you know that it leads to increased retention. Well, that's rarely ever tracked. Another good example that doesn't have to do with the student success reform is it might be the grad rates I've talked about, it might be a different grad rate, but you might put your foot in the a line in the sand and say, this is the graduation rate that we care about. Let's say the 100% first-time full-time grad rate amongst maybe 2 or 3. Okay, you can know right now probably what your grad rate's going to be at the end of the year, because you can know, okay, well, these are all the students who started first-time full-time 2 years ago. Of them, this is the proportion that are still here. Of them, here's who can mathematically complete this year. Of them, these are the ones who are enrolled. These are the ones who have transferred out. That's a reverse transfer prospect. These are the ones who have 100%, but we said you got to apply for a degree. Okay, is somebody making them apply, or are we getting rid of the application for graduation? You know, this sort of thing. So, so the idea is to, yes, have the metrics. Yes, then figure out the data to populate it. Yes, then automate reporting such that when you're onboarding a new employee, it's not like an ad hoc provision of reports. They get what they need. But then, you know, finally, and most importantly by far, everything I just said is totally superfluous unless there is the regularized conversations on the weekly and biweekly basis on the metrics that are changing very fast, that are predicting all the way back up to your KPIs. So this is a body of work that we're funded at CCA to work on with folks who are interested in it. I think it's one of, if not, I'll say it's one of our most exciting projects. Again, if there's interest, follow up with me later. Okay, so let's go into some quick momentum pillar highlights. And so what I'll do is I'll just do a few slides and then I'll stop and we can just do some discussion. You know, dual enrollment. So I don't know how deep you want to go because I do know that NASEP is coming up later. I will mention this. I think that the metrics that matter the most around dual enrollment, you know, there's all these benefits that are depicted on the slide. You can look at it later. But, you know, commonsensically, right? Dual enrollment gets you those college credits while you're in high school. That's a good thing for somebody who wants to complete a college credential. The trick, right, is to make sure that these programs are offered in high schools with less college-going behavior, right? Because very often dual enrollment programs are out there and you've got a lot of students who are gonna, you know, be fine and they're gonna go to a private not-profit, probably out of state, and they're taking a huge proportion of dual enrollment courses, which is fine. There's nothing bad about that, right? But it's not what I think we're trying to do here. What we're trying to do here is increase educational opportunity. And so you wanna be, you know, to that point about metrics that matter, to me, this is personal opinion, but I think that there's 2 metrics that are of utmost importance to me on dual enrollment. What proportion of different high schools have students in dual enrollment programs, and how does that hit against what proportion of them ultimately go to college? Because those are your targets where you want to dramatically increase dual enrollment. The second thing is you want to make sure your semester by semester maps that you've created work backwards into the high school environment such that students are seeing how they are knocking out courses that are applied to a certificate or degree program, including through a 2+2 from community college to baccalaureate or just baccalaureate, depends on who's offering what, that allow them to see like, hey, like, not only can I do this, I am doing it right now, and I'm saving a lot of money while I'm doing it. And I see that I am college material. I'm in college. The metric for that to me is what % of students in dual enrollment are on an academic plan semester by semester. And just to be clear, like most states are not there. You know, this is not a thing that's happening. But that's a damn shame because I'm very confident that this is the way to expand total enrollment and to make sure that in that expansion, you're having a ton of college completion come out of it on the other side. Please.
Thank you, Regent Brown, for the record. On that last slide, I just want to get a little bit of clarification on finding number 1. It says students were dramatically more likely to matriculate to college, 77%, than those who did not take concurrent enrollment, 52%. I'm assuming this is the same data set, like the same school. Once, you know, these years, it was 52% matriculation, and then as soon as concurrent enrollment, we saw 77%. I just want to make sure that that's not like students across the board, like you introduce it, and then all of a sudden we see a 25% increase. But this is an actual data set that you saw?
Yes, this is Colorado. We're actually sourcing this from so I don't want to take credit. This isn't like our data. Like this is from somewhere else. But if I'm understanding your question correctly, I mean, are you saying that it would be less valid to you if it was like historical against the subsequent year? Or are you saying that they need a control against?
I'm just asking, was this data a control set, or are we just seeing like across the board more people going because more concurrent enrollment? Because I mean, we're seeing a lot of success here in the state, and
Yep.
it's expanding.
Oh, I see what you're getting at. Yeah, no, it's not just like, hey, you're getting more college enrollment because students are in dual enrollment. It's matriculation into college credit bearing enrollment population. Is that what you mean?
No,
Okay.
I just mean like, was this snapshot, is this something that we can expect to see if, let's say I went to Western High School.
Okay.
And we have at Western High School, unfortunately, I think it's like a 16% matriculation to higher ed. If we were to include concurrent enrollment, could we anticipate a potential 25% increase?
Yes, that's what this is saying.
That's what it's saying, regardless of.
Well, this is
the
Colorado,
baseline.
so I mean, I'm not saying that, and we could bring in, or I could come back with other data sets around dual enrollment that maybe more directly get to your question. I don't want to say like you can just map Colorado to Nevada or something, but yeah, like we're saying like this is the type of behavior that was catalyzed through dual enrollment in this state and would very likely have similar effect here.
Okay, thank you.
So for the record, Patty Charlton, I wonder, Renee, would you want to add any points regarding the type of data that institutional research is already capturing? We do have a lag as it pertains to dual and concurrent enrollment, and then that progression as they matriculate and or go to the workforce. That might be helpful for the question that Regent
You
Brown
mean the
asked.
other Renee?
The original.
Renee Davis, Associate Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs. So we do have a pretty built-out dashboard that deals with, it starts with the capture rate or the rate at which students, you just talked about that, Regent Brown, go from at the district level in this case into higher education in NSHE, out of state, those that we're not really sure what happened with them, and so we do track that. And then there is more detailed data on the the performance of students once they do dual enrollment. And we see across the board, we see actually a quite substantial improvement in the likelihood or in the actual fact that they've progressed to an NSHE institution. So there definitely is direct Nevada data available to see what those numbers look like. And I don't know that it's 25% increase, but it is quite substantial. So we do have some of that data out there.
Thank you. That's really helpful. I just, when I'm looking at this slide, it is compelling to challenge us to actually do a deep dive on dual enrollment. If we can actually show a move of 25% if we increase it across the board. I mean, and then you look at your other findings where they're finishing their degrees on time, they have a 10% wage increase over 5 years. I mean, this is an economic stimulus. This is, there's a lot of benefits to this. So I'm sorry, I didn't mean to dive in on the numbers. I just wanted to make sure that I understood that this was it's not going to be apples to apples, but this is something that we could potentially aim for, which is a 25% increase.
No, I
So
want
thank
you to dive in there. I mean, that this is the point, right? I think, as, and again, would love to help or follow up or be involved in this sort of thing. I'll mention that, the Community College Research Center, and even though it's called the Community College Research Center, this very much applies to any 4 years that are doing dual enrollment. They have a whole lot of practices for, that are really well researched in terms of how to max this sort of stuff out. And so like the two metrics that I was mentioning, they weren't like off the top of my head or Charles's opinion, right? Like this is going off of, from the Community College Research Center at Teachers College, around, making sure that you actually have students feel like they are in college while they are in high school. That's how you're going to max out the potential there, and making sure that the students who would most benefit from the economic mobility that higher education confers are in fact the ones who are enrolling in this program. So I would just add those things, like if you want to see these numbers, those are the things that you kind of have to do.
I had a question also, Jeff Downs for the record. So you mentioned, maybe I took the comment stray out of context, but you made a comment about the concurrent enrollment works best when you go to institutions or high schools that have a low college going rate? Is that?
Let me make sure I'm going to be precise with my language. It works best in the sense of like if you're trying to meet your mission for higher education, then you'll get more students going to college, you'll get students who would benefit the most from going to college, and you'll have more college success. Now, that's not saying that a high school that has more resources will be worse at dual enrollment. I mean, clearly that wouldn't be the case. But that's frankly why we're kind of in an upside down situation when dual enrollment first gets implemented in many places. I'm sorry, though. That was a long answer to your comment to the question.
So my question, is there ever a concern, and maybe this is part of it, that if you go too far into dual enrollment, you start losing those students as college-age students?
Oh, I don't know. I would
Is that
love
a
for that to
problem?
be the problem, right?
Okay.
I don't think, I've yet to see a state that's like, oh no, we did so much dual enrollment that they're not even going to college because they're getting their degree while they're in high school, if that's what you mean. Like that happens sometimes. But what's going to happen, as with almost all of the student success reforms we're talking about, including very much the next one, is this counterintuitive nature around revenue, right? Now, first, let me just be 100% clear. Like, the reasons to do this are moral, right? But I think that there is a practical implication where it could be, well, if students then aren't going to college, then are we losing money, right? And that could be true for credit for competency. That could even be true for like prereq versus co-req and these sorts of things. But in almost every one of these cases, because it helps with student success down the road, because it helps with retention down the road, while there might be an opportunity cost in terms of coursework that you would have lost that would have been paid full freight, on the other end, the attempted credits and the revenue from that so far exceeds the opportunity cost and the revenue that was lost from students taking the courses that, or not taking the courses that would have not set them up for success as much. So it ends up being a net benefit. Does that make sense the way I put it?
I think so.
Yeah, so let me try to simplify what I'm saying. So I'm basically saying that, like, yes, if I take a whole bunch of courses for college credit while in high school, I will be further along in my program, and therefore I will not be taking courses that I'm paying for at the college, which is morally the right thing, but it looks like revenue lost at first blush for the college. Same thing with credit for competency, same thing with anything that would have that as a ramification. What I'm saying is that when you follow it out longitudinally in the data set, those students end up attempting far more credits than students who were not partaking in such a program, that it also nets out from a revenue perspective. And I think it actually gets more clear in credit for competency, right? So, I'll just shift to that box far on the right, the 17.6 more credits. Institutions also benefit from prior learning assessment. So let me back up what credit for competency is. I mean, I think I explained it earlier, but the idea here is that if you know a whole bunch of stuff from your job and it adequately maps to a course that you're hitting those student learning outcomes, you should get credit for that course towards your degree. And the thought could be, well, hey, like, we're losing money here. That's especially if you don't charge a fee for it, which I am an advocate for. Then aren't we losing money? What happens is the psychological momentum of getting further along in your program of study leads to 17.6 more attempted credits on average for the students who are in this study who are taking the PLA credits. I forget what that is in terms of the opportunity. It's 17.6 net, right? So it's here was the credits that we didn't take, but then, we got all those credits and we took 17 more against a control group that didn't participate in PLA. So it actually is a revenue generator, but it's got to be done at scale to be a revenue generator. And so analogously, that's how I'm saying it plays out for dual enrollment.
I see what you're saying. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
President Delpy.
Thank you, Kyle Dalpy. I've got 3 points on dual enrollment that I'll mention here because I know we have another discussion, but they kind of fit in. The rural aspect, the reason, the access piece on rural access for dual enrollment and why we've been successful is that the high schools in our rural communities most likely do not have advanced placement, which means there's no access for college enrollment. So if they take a few classes, then they're likely in the pipeline. To respond to Vice Chair, Regent, Professor Dr. Downs' comment, at Western, I think you've seen, because Jumpstart is so successful, we don't actually get students to come into the traditional college environment because they finish their associate degree while in Hawthorne or Fallon or wherever they are and go straight to the university or go to work. So we don't see them as students, so we've kind of captured them here, but not at the college level. And then the last piece, the last thing I just wanted to mention is that 50% of our first year students, 50% of our first year incoming students do have a dual enrollment history with us. So even if that's not the 60 credits that went on to one of the universities, but it's somebody who maybe took the 15 or 16, 50% of the incoming first year students have some sort of dual enrollment experience with us. So that's a new stat that we're just teasing out, but it shows that we are getting that pipeline.
Yeah, I think that, the biggest thing with these reform efforts, or I don't know what we want to call them, but, these strategies for increasing college completion is to, I'm definitely showing my bias as the guy who's in charge of like data and metrics and stuff at Complete College America, but is to have the metrics around these that is galvanizing the work. Let me give a different example. It's totally not in the slides that I'm covering here, right? But in the support pillar, so, we have 4 pillars I mentioned. Purpose, structure, and momentum. Support's kind of the wraparound of the system that you've got. A very common way to reduce costs for students is to have open educational resources. So to not have them pay full freight for textbooks and stuff. Almost everybody's down with this, right? And although I will say that my Lyft driver here used to work for Pearson, but we did not talk about open educational resources. And the way that actually works is to actually start measuring success. Like you have to tag your sections in your student information system to say, this course is OER enabled, open educational resource enabled. And then that way you can track per section and overall student enrollment. Okay, throughout the registration process, what proportion of students are able to avail themselves of such courses? Because what happens otherwise is you introduce a reform, you say, hey, we've got this going, we're doing this at the college, but you really don't know the scale or the impact. When you do that, when I've seen it done, both in terms of my personal implementation of it, but then also looking at it nationally from Complete College America's perspective in the seat I'm in now, you see that the places it catches on is where they've introduced the rigor around the measurement system, right? So that goes to that third pillar I was talking about earlier about, going to that measurement system piece. But it creates all sorts of incentives. If you're having a regularized conversation around open educational resources, then it's like, okay, well, every week or every 2 weeks, it's like, wait, it depends on how you do it. If you do it as a system, why is this college doing so well and the other one not? And which can be a charge conversation, but ideally it's not. It's like, oh, wow, you're doing this thing? Maybe we should try that. I didn't know that you could do that in biology. But then it really scales when you look at it per department and see, well, which courses are OER, which are not, against the literature reviews that show which programs and which literature is out there for OER. I don't mean to make this a whole tangent about OER, although I do think that is a good in and of itself. But it's also the same application for credit for competency. It's the same application for dual enrollment, which is like, who's measuring the scale of the implementation that's going forward? And then how is that conversation regularized and the culture is built around it such that it really takes hold? And so I think, I don't know why I was set off on that track by President Dalby's comments, but that's what it made me think of. So, I'm going to go on to a couple more slides.
I just wanted to
please.
remind you that we've got just a little bit over 20 minutes. So
Okay.
I know we've got a lot to cover, but
Yeah.
hopefully we can get to it all.
Well, so I'm going to do a 1 minute really quick as just a reminder of like the things that I anticipate based on the 20 minutes that we're probably not going to get to. I would be very, very interested, I don't know if it would be with folks in this room, my guess, even though I have not met Chris, is maybe with Chris or other people in the room, but would love to know about the adequacy work that's going on, because I've mentioned, CCA's new approach to funding, which is using those completion goals. So like in this case, for example, 61 by 31. But I do not pretend to know or to be hopelessly naive about what's actually doable. But to the extent that that's something that there's interest to collaborate on, would love to see if there's a follow-up. The second is just the thing that I was just belaboring the point on, the metric systems, using the measurement systems and setting up those conversations, whether that's a college president interest potentially, whether that is something that the system office would like to pursue. That's also something that, we do as part of, you being in the CCA Alliance. So, would love to collaborate on those things. I'm just aware that we might not get to them, especially since we're dealing with no small topics here, which is FAFSA and AI. So FAFSA, that's been going great. It really is a shame because, for the students that I've talked to who do get through it, it's like, that was better. It is far fewer fields and far more straightforward. Unfortunately, it's been a really tough rollout. We had a call, and I do believe that Jose from the NSHE office was on the call, but we looked at the NCAN data, the National College Attainment Network. They've been tracking FAFSA completions for outgoing high school seniors to see how down they are year on year, and I'm going to get to that for Nevada in a slide or two. I pulled out Indiana and a few places like Indiana, for example, they're basically flat last year, which is leading the country. And we had a call with the logos that are at the bottom of the slide, the leaders of financial aid for all of them, the CUNY system for Michigan, and just say, how are you doing this? How are you solving this? And the three most common things that we heard was implementation of creative outreach tactics was one, which I thought was, let me explain what that means. So a very common thing that we'll hear in this present FAFSA world is we're too stretched. My financial aid director is already working 24/7 trying to deal with this. This is bonkers. Very interesting to hear how, in Michigan, they've drummed up retired accountants from throughout the state to meet with students to help get their FAFSA through on a volunteer basis. There was lots of actions like this. I can get them all to you in all the detail that you'd want after this session. But I thought that those were really smart things, and it's showing up in their numbers. The second thing was leveraging data to drive progress. That one I don't need to beat, but there were some states that were like, yes. And then guess what? We have a conversation on the metric every week, like the whole thing I've just been belaboring. And because they're managing so hard to it, they see exactly precisely which locales, which zip codes, which high schools are having lower returns. And then they're able to drill their resources into that to get their FAFSA numbers up relative to same time last year. The third is developing strategic partnerships. There's been a lot of local philanthropies. I don't know why I keep disclaiming this, but I'm not going to pretend to know the philanthropic landscape of Nevada in specific. But funders have been very open to oh my gosh, this FAFSA situation is dire and it's kind of one time. What do you need that we can help in terms of resources to get you over the finish line this fall? I anticipate that there's going to be a big enrollment management strategy around winning back students who decided to take a gap year or not go into higher education because of this FAFSA rollout. I think we'll probably do a subsequent drive on best practices across the country to see how folks are handling that come October. And like I said, I'm right in your backyard, especially if you're in the northern part of Nevada, so eager to collaborate with you on that. I'll go into some FAFSA specific data for Nevada and then just kind of open it up to hear what people are thinking. AI, I'll just say three things. So CCA, first, what we've done and where I think it's going, right? So that's two things. So what we've done, around November, December of last year, when we had our big event in Vegas, we put out a publication that had, hundreds of prompts and case studies of how you can use generative AI to solve or begin to solve or chip away at the types of student success problems that are implied in our 4 pillars of student success reform. I'll make sure that you get the link to that. We also have a CCA AI Equity Council that involves folks from around the country to make sure that AI is equally available, equally affordable, equally adoptable, regardless of what college background this is. Now we're not saying everything needs to fall at the altar of some new technology, right? But we are saying two things. One is that there are ways that AI and this technology needs to be harnessed to create a superior student experience. And right now, so much of the conversation has been about fear. It's been, and I'm not saying these are real concerns. I'm not dismissing them, around privacy, around data bias. These are things that we need to watch out for. At the same time, lots of the problems that we've been discussing around equivalencies, around program mapping, around access to resources, around student empowerment, in many ways that we won't even get into today, including around financial aid offer letters and SAP appeals and these sorts of things. AI has tremendous potential. So we're running on that angle in the council. And when I say running on that angle, that has federal policy implications, state policy implications, and implications that, I'd be curious to hear what NWCCU has to say about this, because I think that there's academic program review implications. On that point, that's the second thing, right? So there's AI as used by colleges. There's also AI as part of academics. Nobody knows this yet. The data is not out yet. We don't know where this is going. I have a very strong hunch that the haves versus the have-nots will continue to play out. And what I mean is this, is there are plenty of colleges, MIT, Stanford, and I'm not saying this is a bad thing. They should do this, but they are already embedding AI competencies across so many of their academic programs, right? And they're moving very, very quickly. And then, meanwhile, colleges that are more stretched for resources are doing their best, and there are pockets of innovation. I can definitely name a bunch of community colleges that are doing really interesting things here, that are doing less AI. And the thing that I'm nervous about is that a lot of the entry-level jobs that have associate in their title, I'm thinking in particular like white-collar jobs like, law firms and accounting firms and consulting firms, these huge economic mobility ladders that really help, close gaps that we see demographically. There's going to be fewer ladders, right? And whether AI automates some of those jobs away, or whether it just becomes huge competencies for doing this sort of work that supports people higher up in those organizations that those associate level jobs represent. So we need to make sure that public higher education and colleges that have fewer funds and operate with fewer funds are able to partake in where the economy is going to. So that's another big area that we're working on. I'll go into each of these with whatever details allowed in the next 13 minutes. And that's on me for not getting through everything. I talk too much. But if we, just take a look, this is kind of, I admit that this is like a little hard to read, but what this is getting at is for Nevada, this is through June 14th. So I turned in these slides per protocol several weeks in advance. These numbers have gotten a little bit better, but not much. But through June 14th, less than a third of Nevada high school classes completed a FAFSA. And there's a statewide drop of 15% since same time last year. I've mentioned some of the things that we're seeing across the country that's working. You can see that the significant drop, there is 18.9% for lower income students, and you're seeing a drop of 18% for colleges that are serving high minority populations. This is not out of line with the nation. Just want to always make that clear. Maybe there's not a discussion here, but I at least want to give an opportunity to hear, how the president's, or I don't mean to put anybody on the spot, but how this is going for you, what thoughts you have, whether it's still to what extent the situation is salvageable. There are still things you can do, but I know it's mid-July. Just curious to hear how it's going and maybe ways that I and CCA broadly can help.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
On this chart, it says that less than a third of Nevada high school classes have completed the form.
Yep.
Is the form that complicated?
Yeah. Well, that's the irony, right? So short answer, yes. Longer answer is the whole reason it got more complicated this year is because the form was terrible. And so they were making it better by streamlining it down from 120 different things to like 40. But it's just been like the rollout of lots of things at the federal governmental level where it has not gone well. We've heard issues of not being able to access my old FAFSA, being disqualified. I can't enter my parents' ID, just all these nightmare scenarios that are playing out. So it's not even that the form's complicated, it's just impossible to fill out for many people.
Oh, can't we pre-fill out the form and just have them fill out the pertinent information that only they know?
Yeah,
that could go in that form? I mean, can't we just make it that simpler and say, okay, here's the form, everything is in here and is already pre-filled out. All you have to do is basically sign it and add what information that your parents need to have on here and bring it back to me and bam, it's done.
So this is hard because I know that unfortunately the answer is no, but I want to acknowledge like that's how to do things. Like I do like what you're saying. Like so in the example I gave earlier of some leaving financial aid for a second, semester by semester academic plans. When that's done for the student as an anchor point, where it's like, hey, I want to major in, say political science, and it's like, okay, well, these are the courses that you should take because this has been determined by the faculty. Then the advising conversation becomes like, does this work? Does this not work? As opposed to hunting and pecking around and making the whole thing from scratch. So like, I really like this idea of using professional staff to get it as far as possible. And then you're starting the conversation from modifying what's there as opposed to doing it from scratch. Unfortunately, I don't think that that's largely the prospect here, right? Like the type of information is very personal financial information from the student. So it, while there does need to be as much professional support as possible, a lot of it is outreach and navigating the form with the student as opposed to being able to pre-populate it.
President Pollard.
I really want to thank you for Darian Pollard for the record.
By the way, I'm Charles Ansell for the record. I've never said that.
There we go. Okay. I really want to thank you for amplifying this, and I really want to draw the board's attention to this because you all may recall, I hope you do, at the June meeting. In my report, I specifically talked about this issue of FAFSA, and I don't think we are putting enough attention to this because it is going to impact enrollments this fall. I am concerned because we have a perfect storm happening in many different spaces here. One is that we have inflation, which is simply making the cost of education more expensive proposition for many students because they're having to make choices about what they will and will do because their dollar is or is not stretching as far as they think they have. If we know that FAFSA has become this complex, in organizations such as my own, 80% of Nevada State students receive some form of financial aid. 68% of them receive the Pell Grant. That means they're in the lowest quartile financially in our country. And as a result of that, those students have the potential to be even further marginalized from higher education. If you also combine that, and there was this interesting thread in the conversation earlier around enrollments of dual credit students, and Kyle, President Dalpy made this point, if more and more students are taking dual credit courses while in high school and paying a fee that is far less than a fee that you would see us pay for at the community college and at the institutions such as ours, that is going to have an impact on our financial bottom line. And if you combine that with a thread that was also linked in here that was not amplified, that President Hilgerson has brought up many times around special admissions, that circumvent potentially the mission differentiation that we need to have greater conversations about. We're crafting an environment this fall where those factors of dual credit, special admissions, inflation, and the FAFSA are going to create a very special, I'm going to be nice and say that, moment for us and how we think about it. So the Jubilee is a phenomenal concept. The problem that I have, and I keep spending time thinking, how do you pay for it? Because right now we're inadequately funded to do the work we have right now. So you add on top of that under participation in higher education in the state, compounded with more folks who are not seeking aid and will have to make choices that they cannot possibly make right now in an environment where we have poor public transportation. I wrote this down earlier, you were talking, food insecurity, textbook reduct costs, transportation. These are the things that my students are talking about. I walked out my office the other day, the student government, and we have many of them all across the campus, has set up a special little closet where they can provide basic food. This the students recognize they need to feed each other. I mean, we know we're trying to do it. So there is this storm that is brewing, that is hurricane-esque, that we see it coming, and I think we need to be prepared for what that will mean for us this fall. So my note in June, I say it to you, is when you come back in September and you say, President Pollard, where are you at with enrollment? And you expect all of us to be talking about that. Those numbers are going to be more complex than what a 2% up or 10% down actually refers to. Thank you.
So if I could, Patty Charlton, for the record, just add to President Pollard's comment. We are fortunate in our state that our state does provide state-supported aid. The Promise Scholarship, which is very important for our community colleges. I would also add Silver State Opportunity Grant, the Millennium. Many of those have required also that a
Yep.
FAFSA is completed. And so with this delay, with this challenge, and with what I think you just heard from President Pollard, but I would guess, I haven't heard it from the other presidents, that they are in the same boat. This also limits, in many cases, where even foundation scholarships have a component to have a FAFSA completed, because what they're trying to do is to maximize every single dollar that's available to close that achievement gap. And so there is a much bigger perspective that I think we need to be mindful of. And those students that are taking loans won't be able to get their loan without the completion of their FAFSA. This number is very scary when you look at the percentage that has dropped and those that have not completed. And to add to that issue of barriers and challenge, and we talked about that yesterday, don't forget about childcare. Many of our students are single parents. We have a high percentage of females in our system, and many of those rely very heavily on every single dollar and available resource available.
Can I add just two things to this? So one is, I think that's such a huge point that was just made about the FAFSA as a requirement for other scholarships. And to the extent that the heads of those scholarship programs or whoever's a policy owner of those, if you can get a waiver that can decouple FAFSA eligibility from these other programs, that would be tremendous, right? Because of what you just shared. And, you know, I don't know if it's past time on some of these things, but maybe.
Yeah, so just to add to that point, again, Patty Charlton for the record, the main ones that have large dollar amounts associated are from the state. And so that's in legislation.
Yeah,
And so we
I
would
got
not
you.
be able, I
There's
don't
nothing that
believe,
can
and
be
I would
rushed
ask
or whatever.
Renee
Yeah.
or someone to weigh in on that.
So I'm also Renee. No, for the record, before I give it to Renee, just one really quick thing. If you want next week or the following week, I also can get the head of financial aid from CUNY, the head of financial aid for the Indiana Commission, places where they've done a lot of creative things to try to stem the tide here. I could get them in front of whoever would be interested to see if there's things that are still applicable into the remainder of July and into the August timeframe. Just putting that out there.
Renee Davis, Associate Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs. In terms of the three state aid programs, the Millennium Scholarship does not require the FAFSA. But Chancellor, you're right. In the other two programs, the Silver State Opportunity Grant and then the Nevada Promise, it is in statute. So we have some flexibility in terms of timelines, like the SSOG, there's no deadline to file the FAFSA, so that is much more flexible. For Nevada Promise, there is a deadline in the Procedures and Guidelines Manual, which we adjusted in order to accommodate the later filing date. So we've been trying to flex as much as possible where we can to make, to give students more time. And then I do want to say on behalf of all the presidents that our office is in pretty close contact with the financial aid directors and other staff in the financial aid offices and in the admissions areas. And our campuses are doing a stellar job working literally overtime, trying to get out there and support all the needs for FAFSA outreach, which was pushed much later, in the year than normal. And so I know that they're working very hard to support all that kind of outreach.
Thank you, Regent Brown, for the record. I just have a question about the relationship with the superintendents of the schools and NSHE. Because, I was actually talking to Regent Cruz Crawford about this being that she's a principal, yes, at an elementary school. But I really do think that this has to be like a stronger partnership, right? Like we can't hold the water if, for 12 years CCSD, I'm just using the largest as an example, worked with these students and then they can't matriculate because they weren't given the information. So I realize that CCSD has had some turnover. We've had some turnover, but I am just curious what that relationship looks like. How do we strengthen that relationship? Because at the end of the day, like we've got to repair. It feels like there's a gap here, and we're holding the responsibility because we need to keep them in school, and all of our presidents will be held accountable for lower enrollment rates. But the problem didn't start with us. I just want to figure out how we fix it moving forward.
Well, for the record, Patty Charlton, I'm going to start and then I'm going to probably flip it to Associate Vice Chancellor Renee Davis. So one of the things that we're doing is working very comprehensively with the state superintendent, who actually has oversight of all the districts or works with all of the districts. So for us, it's not a blame game. It's just, it's a problem, and we all have to come up about this and see how we can solve it. Our institutions have wonderful engagement with the high schools, and we know that. So we need to do that comprehensively, not step on toes, do it in partnership, do it in collaboration. Because I think as you've heard from particularly the community colleges, and now this is emerging more with the universities, they are already in the schools. So we need to leverage all of that opportunity. But we're going to be starting with the state superintendent. And for many of you, you know her, Joan Ebert. And so communication can never be enough, and redundancy is just fine. But let's solve what the challenges are, and let's make sure that awareness is there at the highest level. Renee?
Well, quickly to that, I'm just wondering, do we have like unified messaging that comes from NSHE that our institutions share with the schools that they're in? Because I'm still hearing that we're leaning in on our schools to be responsible for this, and where I think that they are a major part of this, I actually don't think that they need to, create the material, go after them, get the, So I'm just curious if, as a system, did we work with the superintendent, the state superintendent, to come up with some, common language?
Certainly. I'm going to ask Renee to respond, because I do know that one of the things that typically happens is around the FAFSA and around other types of opportunities, and I think Renee could provide better detail, specifically as financial aid directors are very, very entrenched in common messaging to their stakeholders.
Renee Davis. I would say that, we do not have an outreach arm at the system office. We don't have that kind of staffing. We do, though, have, and so I would have to say, no, we don't have a statewide message. The chancellor is absolutely right. Work very closely with the financial aid directors, and they're collaborative with each other. Also with the admissions officers who at the universities are more involved in that FAFSA outreach. One thing that we do specifically with Clark County is through the Gear Up program. So we have a subaward from the state Gear Up grant, and we have a director on our staff, Janet Stake, who works extremely closely with an initiative that happens throughout Clark County School District every year in terms of applying for college and FAFSA completion. So there's a model for that is centered in a Clark County School District, and all of the southern institutions and UNR in addition all participate in that group that guides that work that happens every single year. So there are some things that are going on, but no, we don't have a staff that pushes out FAFSA information. I would say that there are lots of sources for that data. So where our institutions and our office are members, for example, of the National Association of State Financial Aid Administrators, and they actually push out FAFSA presentations, and all of that stuff goes out every year, and they're very organized. There's also NCAN, National College Attainment Network. Yep, this is their data. And they also push out a lot of resources. So, honestly, it's a matter of where, all of the things that we have to accomplish. We have some really good partners that can put that data out, but I do think that in terms of staying in regular communication with all of the school districts, that probably is where we could add some value.
I know we're over. Can I get 1 minute to just wrap up? Thanks. Sorry about that. You know, and I do think, you know, I turns out 2 hours wasn't enough. I think that this discussion was great. And I think even though we didn't get to some of the presentation, I think it's far better to actually dive deeply into some things as opposed to doing like 5% of 20 things. I do just want to, you know, okay, so AI is a thing that we do. Just, you know, if you want to get involved, hit me up. Funding towards attainment goals, you know, I think I mentioned this plenty, but you know, I do want to call out just because it ties to the financial aid conversation, ties to the 15 to finish public comment remark. It ties into just looking at affordability. I mean, students, I shared some of this data. They cite that financial reasons are why they struggle to attend and why they drop out. And you know, when you think about that and you think about the fact that 2/3 of 10 million community college students attend part-time and that 62% of them are saying that it's work that's determining their enrollment level and so many of them are working full-time, there comes a point where it's like the affordability concern and the way to build a basic needs safety net that's kind of holistic becomes critical to work with the student success reforms in tandem to really promote college completion. And I think that until we make that connection together, we'll only get to incremental gains. And so if we follow up on the adequacy funding conversation sometime, I don't have the time to go into this now, but we do have a theory of that case, right? Which is look at your base funding, make strategic investments, make sure the accountability piece is still there, find efficiencies where you can, look at tuition reduction as a student success reform in order to get to 61 by 31. Whoever leads that sort of conversation would be open to leading that sort of conversation. Again, I live in Reno. This is the system that I would love to be working with the most. So, and that was recorded publicly, so I shouldn't have said that. Using a statewide measurement system to drive systemic change. I kind of walked through this and we don't have the time, but we'll mention again, if there's interest here, you know, in terms of talking about the way that different metrics that you care about change over different periods of time. So like on this slide, the frequency of change is that axis on the left. So post-completion metrics are the most lagging. You're not going to figure out how you're doing this year based on median earnings that come out 10 years from now. You're going to work your way down to at the very bottom of the slide, the day-to-day indicators that track all the way back up. You're going to hit the sources. You're going to have the right conversations at the right time. This is very rewarding work for colleges and systems of colleges that are involved in it. So if you're catching a theme, it's that I am eager to follow up on any of these topics. I really do genuinely believe that Nevada higher education is already very much poised for success, that you're going to see more success rates to come because of initiatives that you've already made changes on in the first year experience for students both last year and this year. And CCA would love to just be as helpful as possible. So, and me personally. So that's it. That's what I've got.
Charles, thank you so much for your time today. You're right. 2 hours wasn't enough. There's a lot to this, but we do appreciate your insight and your knowledge and your time here today. So thank you.
I loved it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, before we move on to the next item, I'd like to take a fast break. We'll come back at 11:02. All right, we're going to move on with item number 10, Northwest Commission on Colleges and Universities, role of governing board institutional accreditation. This is for information only, and I'll turn it over to Chancellor Patty Charlton.
Thank you so much. For the record, Patty Charlton, Interim Chancellor, Nevada System of Higher Education. So this morning, we are grateful to have our Northwest Commission President Sunny Ramaswamy with us. And so what we thought would be very helpful is, you know, as we talked a little bit yesterday regarding strategic planning, each of our institutions, with the exception of DRI, is regionally accredited. And regional accreditation is so foundationally important for many different reasons. At a minimum, the eligibility for Title IV funding, but it also ensures that transfer of credits and the recognition of the credentials that our students earn. And so we asked President Ramaswamy to be with us today to have a conversation and to really talk about the importance from basically what is happening with the Northwest Commission, what some of the initiatives are, how they work with the Department of Education, but not just that, but to also for you as board members, because often when an institution is going through an accreditation review, every single time that I've been on a visit, typically they want to hear from the board, and you're often invited to those conversations. And so the board has a significant role in the governance of the institution and how that relates to the what we call standards. They have standards, they have eligibility requirements, and then they also have policies. This is not limited to the overall governance that happens within an institution, which includes shared governance and engagement with students, faculty, staff, and others. But we really wanted to also ensure that the board understands their role as it pertains to the specific regional accreditation, and perhaps even the information that you would like to know on an ongoing basis around the institution's status of accreditation. And so with that, I'd like to bring up to the podium President Sunny Ramaswamy. So thank you so much for being with us today.
Thanks so much, Patty. Appreciate your invitation and for helping with my travel here as well. And Chair Carvalho, for the record, my name is Sunny Ramaswamy. As Patty said, I'm the president of the Northwest Commission on Colleges and Universities, and it's good to see a number of presidents of our member institutions here as well, some of whom I've worked with very closely here over the last few years. Thanks again for having me here. I want to, in the next probably about half hour or so, I've got some slides that I want to share with you and give you a sort of an overview of the kind of work that the Northwest Commission does in partnership, in support of our member institutions. And on purpose, I use the term value proposition. As you've seen, particularly in your roles as regents, you've seen this. You see it on an everyday basis in your state, and we see this across the country as well. People question the value of higher education. And this has been going on for several years now. Never mind that the United States of America is where it is, in part because of its outstanding post-secondary education. In fact, look at me. I came to America to get an education, higher education. I am the epitome of the kind of investments that the United States has made in higher education. And there is a value in it. And I think, every one of you that has been through higher education knows that there is a value to it. And in fact, if you have not done so, I'd encourage you to read. It's been in the news here very recently, Project 2025. And it really questions the whole construct of higher education in America and the whole construct of what we do as educators as well. So I'd encourage you to read it, because you must read it to be able to figure out how best do we go ahead and counter these sorts of false narratives that have been foisted on America as well. Okay? So I want to share with you my thoughts on this value proposition, and it really comes from this idea of the fundamentals of higher education. In part, there is a question about the value proposition, value of higher education, because, paraphrasing Pogo, I've seen the enemy and he is us. We've done a crappy job collectively. In fact, you saw the data that Charles provided as well, right? We've done a really lousy job of ensuring that every student that comes into our institutions, a promise has been made that they're going to be provided an education in the shortest amount of time with the least amount of indebtedness, and that they go on once they've graduated with the kinds of skills and knowledge to be able to become contributing members of society, and for them to achieve their own dream, whatever that American dream is for that particular individual. So that's what it's all about. And the other aspect of it is America, with all due respect to some of you sitting in this room, is more like me, okay? Foreign born, first generation, very poor immigrant. I came to America and I was offered the unbelievable opportunities to where I am today. That's what we see. And it's rapidly changing is what's happening in the United States. Every day we see that. We see that reflected here in Las Vegas. We see that reflected in the state of Nevada as well. So we have to do everything we can. There are equity gaps. It doesn't matter, whether we use the terms diversity, equity, and inclusion or not. That is not the point of this. The point is we have a responsibility collectively to make sure that every student, doesn't matter where they come from, what their background is, Many of them, they come from underserved communities. It may be a poor white kid from rural America, from the Appalachians, or an African-American kid, or a Hispanic kid, or a Native American kid. It's our responsibility as educators to make sure that every student is allowed to achieve the particular goal that they've got as well. And so it's our responsibility to make sure that we focus on student success and we focus on closing those equity gaps that we got. We know we have equity gaps. We know it. We see the data. As a matter of fact, some of the data that Charles showed you demonstrates that there are these equity gaps as well. So I want to share with you my thoughts, particularly as it relates to accreditation itself. So I want to walk you through some topics as I go through here over the next few minutes, say a few words about what we see in terms of in society, what are the trends that we see. Along with that, speak to what is the purpose of higher education, what is the purpose of accreditation. And this idea about the value proposition itself, a little bit deeper dive into it. And then share with you some thoughts on your role as regents, that you provide this oversight, this governance of your institutions here in the state. And then I want to wrap up with some opportunities that we've got when we think of innovations that may be possible as well. So what are these societal trends? And this is a sort of I was whipping out some slides, and Patty said I need to send these slides out, sooner than later. And I whipped out stream of consciousness type of phrases, a whole bunch of them. And I bet you can throw in a whole bunch more here as well. I mean, some of the things that's part of the extant conversation today are artificial intelligence. And again, Charles spoke to that as well. And smart systems, robotics, the gig economy, the things related to the Great Resignation that we saw here just a few years ago. It continues, by the way. And think of the gig economy. We have a newsletter called The Beacon, and if you haven't read it, I'll invite you to check it out. Here about 4 or 5 years ago, I hopped into an airplane from Washington, D.C., flew back to Seattle, Tacoma Airport, and a young lady picked me up, and I asked her what she does. She is holding down 3 jobs. She had just graduated from one of our institutions, member institutions. I'm not going to tell you which institution it is. And she is doing the exact same thing at that moment she had done prior to going for 4 years to one of our member institutions. Her life hadn't changed. That needle hadn't moved. In part because she got, a crappy piece of advice from that particular institution. And I reached out to that institution, by the way. And I wrote about that young lady's experiences. Paying off her loans, helping support her family, and wanting to achieve that American dream as well. And that's the gig economy that we've got. I mean, students may go through the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, or whatever, and if they don't get an excellent education, a grounding in the kinds of things that they can do, the support that they need, the counseling that they need, pointing them in the right direction, holding their hands and walking them through things like that, they're not going to be able to get to where they need to be. We've all had that happen to us as we've gone through our own educational experiences as well. So this is the environment that we've got. And the competition that we see, the global competition, the migrations that we see, all of this is coming to bear in this. Oh, by the way, we're doing all of this in an environment of this science denialism and anti-intellectualism as well. There's this incredible hyperpartisanship in America that has contributed to where we are today. And you and I have a responsibility, an opportunity to counter these things as educators. That's what education is all about. That's what post-secondary education is all about. And then, of course, 2020 happened. 2020 in America, I think, has been a seminal moment. Historians 100 years from now will look at 2020 and say, wow. The horrific killings that took place of George Floyd and the others. And then, of course, the pandemic and things like that. All of this, the protests that we saw across the globe, not just here in the States, but across the globe. And all of this is part of that context that we've got. All of that is influencing. Actually, it's influencing it today. This incredible backlash against diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI, that we're seeing. It is the result of what has happened back in 2020. that we're seeing this backlash here today as well. And then there are disparities, incredible disparities. You know, we could be the proverbial ostrich, stick our heads in the sand and say, there's nothing like that happening in America. We're the greatest country on earth. No doubt about it. We are the greatest country on earth. We have some very significant disparities in this country because of our history. America's history is fraught. We have done great things, and we have also had very, 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 very significant negative consequences to segments of our population. You can close your eyes and say, it's all not there. No. Everybody has a great opportunity, equal opportunity. I say BS. Right? And we see these disparities throughout, whether it's in health, longevity. Just look at the longevity of people. There's a huge difference in the longevity, in part because of nutritional security. My background, by the way, is in food and agriculture. I was President Obama's chief scientist for food and agriculture. That's where I worked on. These disparities that we see, the type 2 diabetes that we see. In fact, when we go back to the COVID-19 pandemic, the folks that got hit the most were Native Americans, African Americans, Hispanics, poor white people. These are the folks that got hit most because they've got lousy health outcomes because of the kind of food that they have access to, the kind of opportunities they have access to, and things like that as well. That's part of these disparities that we've got. We've got to be cognizant of that. You can't deny it. Whatever one may say, we cannot deny it. It is there. Look at the redlining that has taken place in America, what it did to certain segments of our population. Even now we see it, right? Highways running through those communities that affects their health and well-being of those children. We see that as well. So that's the context that we've got to think of as well. Those are some of the trends. Those are some of the disparities. And it's our responsibility as higher education to ensure we alleviate those disparities. That's our responsibility. That's what we ought to be thinking of how we go about doing it. And so these trends, by the way, they're impacting our higher education as well. Education in general, but higher education in particular, when you look at it as well. And you've got, everything from the changing demographics to decreasing college-age students. Again, Charles referred to that as well. So if you look at enrollment trends that we've been seeing now for the last 20 years, it's not of some, recent vintage. This has been happening for several years that we've seen these enrollment declines. And we've all been focused on trying to recruit that 18-year-old, that model student in a college. What we've got are it's a declining number. But for people like me that come to this country would be toast, just like Europeans, just like the Japanese, just like Koreans. They're aging populations. It's this immigrant pool that comes in. You look at the demographics of University of Nevada, Las Vegas, right? A lot of those students are first-gen students from other countries that have come here as well. And so what we have opportunities, by the way, are, again, what Charles referred to, are these non-traditional students. We have about 45 million such people needing to reskill and upskill. The opportunities that your institutions, the Nevada-based institutions, offer in helping reskill and upskill. It's not just the traditional student, comes and sits on their butts for the next 4 years or 6 years or 2 years or 3 years or whatever it is, and then somehow something happens and they go on. But really, there's a whole bunch of people that do need to be upskilled as well. How does you, as the trustee, regents here, how do you make sure that your institutions are doing the right thing, making sure opportunities are available to those non-traditional students as well? Okay, and then the other aspect of it that we've got in America, again driven by a lot of factors that we've got that I spoke to already, is the mental and physical health of our students and faculty. We see that. I hear about it. We do surveys constantly, by the way. We hear about these things as well. So this is the context that we've got. So then you step back and say, okay, what is the purpose of higher education? What is our role? What's our responsibility? Right? Well, right off the top, you say, well, it's intellectual growth. No doubt about it. right? We want people that come to our institutions to grow intellectually, to develop skills and knowledge, to allow them to move socially and economically. So there's that mobility piece of it. And that they're informed and they become engaged in their civic responsibility for our democracy. And we're seeing that in America, unfortunately. As a democracy, we're seeing the destruction of democracy in this country. In part because, again, us as higher education educators, we've not taken the time to think of how do we inculcate this idea of civic engagement, this idea of protecting our democracy as well. That's something that we might ought to be thinking of. What kind of courses are being offered at UNLV, at UNR, at College of Southern, yeah? CSN, yes. Are you folks doing anything in terms of promoting civic engagement and democracy? Is it required? These are things that we need to be thinking of as well. And then, you know, the other aspect of it is about justice as well. That students ought to develop the skills and knowledge to be able to get to a higher level. That there is this idea of these injustices that we've got that can be torn down as well. That's part of this purpose of higher education. When you contrast that with the purpose of accreditation, what I do, what my organization does, or organizations like mine do, it really is about educational quality, stability, and sustainability. And what we do is we bring in peers to review what you're doing, what your institutions are doing. And then if you get the stamp of approval from us, then your institutions become eligible for Title IV funds. You know, we heard about, you know, Pell eligibility and things like that. All of these aspects. But really, it's not the money. Accreditation, primarily, it is about institutional reputation. What kind of an institution are you? Do your students get an education that allows them to go transfer into other institutions? They can go and get jobs and become contributing members of society that we've got as well. So the purpose of accreditation really is about, you know, quality assurance. It's about continuous improvement. It's about accountability. We hold your institutions accountable. And it is about achievements and learning. And literally it is about success in closing equity gaps. So that value proposition. We shouldn't forget. As a matter of fact, I don't know if anyone of you heard me here. I was here about 6 years ago in this town. And I was doing a dog and pony show on accreditation and then talked about the purpose of accreditation and higher education and things like that. I co-opted Bill Clinton's famous statement from 1992. And I started saying, is the students stupid? And that's what it is. Every one of you would say, yeah, that's true. It is about the student. It's not about the professors. It's not about the administrators. It's not about the Board of Regents, pardon me, with all due respect. It literally is about the students. That's our role. That's our responsibility. That's what we got to do. And we shouldn't forget that. And that's why we have a bad rap, is because we've forgotten that it is about the student. Oh, yeah, man, I got the most fantastic stadium here to play football or basketball or whatever else there is. But really the fundamental, in fact, if I were to go on the streets of Las Vegas and ask the average person on the street, have you heard of Dr. Joe Schmo? And I said, I don't know. You know, that individual invented the cure for cancer. No, they've not heard of it. But if I ask by name a basketball player here, and they'll give you the entire stats on that particular individual. What's up with that? What are we doing about not demonstrating this value proposition? Somehow we need to rethink how we do these kinds of things as well. So it comes down to this idea of this value proposition itself. And it is really about institutional improvement. That's the value proposition. I as an accreditor, all I'm doing is holding a mirror up to these institutions. So each of these institutions is going to be up for their cycles. We have a 7-year cycle, and they do a self-study, and that self-study is what they're looking at themselves. I like to say, how beautiful you are, or how ugly you are, warts and all, it is you. And then we're holding that up to you. And then these peers that come in, They're helping you think, how am I going to get to a better spot? About focusing on the students. It's about that student success. It's about closing those equity gaps and things like that, preparing our students. So there's a whole slew of these things that is about institutional improvement. And that the very last bullet in there, continuous improvement. That's what we focus on. We believe even the best institutions. We've got some institutions that are graduating 95% of their students. Not in a 6-year period, in a 4-year period. 95%. But even there, if you disaggregate the data, you break it down by various, Pell eligibility is a good proxy, by the way. In fact, we're the first accreditor to do this, to require disaggregated data from our institutions on gender, ethnicity, and race, and Pell eligibility, first-gen students, et cetera. Okay? Pell eligibility is an outstanding proxy for all of these things. Also, school lunch program participation. If you've got a student that participates in school lunch program, know full well they come from a poor background. They come from a disadvantaged background. They come from a disenfranchised background. So we're using those kinds of information, and we want to help our institutions get better. That institution with a 95% graduation rate, if you look at students that come from underserved communities, disadvantaged communities, even they have some ways to go. And looking at the data, some of it was just shared by Charles here with your institutions. Yeah, y'all have some pretty significant catching up to do with some of the students that you've got that come from these underserved communities. And I think really it's irresponsible of us collectively not to focus on those students and make sure that every one of those students is given the opportunity. It's a promise made. You come to my school, you get a great education. I'll make sure you're going to graduate in a short period of time with very little, if any, indebtedness. And then you're going to go on to get a great job. Buffalo University has a promise. If you can't get a job within 6 months of graduating, we'll give your tuition money back. That's a guarantee that they've made. And so these are some of the things that we need to think of. It is about that continuous process improvement as well, is a really important aspect. So we articulated a vision that we wanted to be the best accreditor we can. As a matter of fact, we're now viewed as the innovators in America because others are emulating what we've done. This focus on data-informed approaches to be able to promote student success and things like that. And it's about every student. It's not about these chosen few that get a great opportunity. It's about every student. And even within the context of the ruling from the Supreme Court with Harvard and University of North Carolina and all that, even within that context, if we frame it right, make sure that every student, no matter where they come from, that they're given all the tools and opportunities available to them to be successful in whatever goal that they have set for themselves as well. And so our mission really is about equitable student achievement and success. That's what we do. But we use standards, we use data-based approaches and evidence-based approaches to look at this continuous process improvement. And it is about critical peer review. These are peers that come into your institutions. It is about equity and closing gaps and quality and institutional effectiveness and other aspects that we've got as well. That's how we focus in terms of what we do as an accreditor. And we developed, going back 6 years ago, we developed these standards. Oh, by the way, we're going to start working on the next set of standards. We already streamlined it. In fact, others of our sister accreditors have emulated what we do because they see the way we do it. And I was just talking with President Kibler here, and he was saying that he came from SACS, Southern Association. It's very different than who we are. In fact, all the others are very different from what we do here in the Pacific Northwest as well. But there's some Department of Education requirements. There's no ifs or buts about this. We must focus on these approximately 10 criteria. These are requirements. Ain't no ifs or buts about it. You better, as an institution, be focusing on these things. Okay? And then we took those and we translated them into what we refer to as our standards. We only have 2 standards. The first standard, by the way, back in the good old days in 2017, 2016, we had 142 substandards, 8 standards. And the word students came in the very last standard. We only have 2 standards. Number 1 standard, students. It's the students, stupid. That's what it's all about. It's about institutional effectiveness, student success. That's what it's all about. And then the second one, not to, belittle it or say that it's not as important, is about compliance issues, governance issues, capacity issues, and things like that. So that's what we do, just 2 standards. And we're highly focused on what we look at. We look for data, we look for evidence that you indeed are achieving the kinds of things. And again, oh, by the way, we don't tell your institutions, you're going to have these goals. No, we ask you to set your goals, and we'll hold your feet to the fire. And we hope that you, as Regents, are engaged in this process, in looking at these folks' goals that they've got. And then we're going to hold them accountable. We come and hold you accountable as well as part of that process that we've got. And so we know lots of studies have been done. Again, Charles is gone, but their organization has done some research on this as well. We have what we refer to as shelf life of education, the technical knowledge that is imparted to students, whether it's in business or engineering or nursing or medical schools or whatever. Shelf life is very short. You got to have this continuous education going on beyond your graduation. But there's the transferable long shelf life, in perpetuity shelf life. And these we refer to as core competencies: critical thinking, problem solving, digital literacy, digital competency, and things of that nature. Okay? And what we focus on in our standards, you see, we focus on these. We say, you know what, University of Nevada, Las Vegas, you've got an engineering program. We expect that you're going to do everything you can to make sure that that student that's getting that engineering degree has the technical knowledge and skills to be a good engineer. When they're building a bridge or putting a man on the moon or whatever it is they want to do, they've got those knowledge and skills, right? And then they keep up with it, that learning that goes on later as they go forward. But the things about critical thinking, problem solving, in fact, we've done surveys, my organization has done surveys, and others have done as well. What employers say is we want students to have those transferable lifelong skills inculcated in them. And it's part of our standards that we've got. And so that's what we focus on, is we want the institution, whether it's Karen's institution or Bill's institution or Darion's institution, they all need to go ahead and define what it is. And then we'll hold them accountable. Our evaluators are going to hold them accountable on it. And we focus on student achievement measures for every institution. Again, we want the institution to define what those measures are. And then we want to see that needle moving. As I said, even the best, you can see that needle needing to move a little bit more. And it's about student success. It's about closing equity gaps. We require disaggregation of data. And because we want to know how students from different groups are doing. The students that come underprepared, that come from poor communities, we want to know how they're doing at your institutions. And again, we require transparency. There's no hiding behind, and we want data, we want those data to be publicized. All of this needs to be out in the open so that the public can make a decision as well when they look at these data that your institutions have. So then morphing into what you do as a board, governance and things like that, what we typically look for in the construct of the institution's bylaws and your own bylaws and things like that is what we see across America is that the legislature and the executive has the responsibility to develop and provide the kind of resources that you need and some very broad marching orders that they need, that the state needs, that this community needs, this society needs here. And then they come through you, and then you translate that into the kinds of things that you want to hold these leaders that you've got here accountable to, right? You don't go beyond that. You hire these folks or you fire these folks, and then you vest them with the responsibility to do what needs to be done inside. We've had some institutions that, where the boards, they go stick their hands into the daily goings-on within the institution itself. No, that doesn't happen. In fact, we've got one institution that's been sanctioned because of that. We had another institution that was going to be sanctioned, but luckily they pulled back and they're all okay. So those are the kinds of things that happen, all right? So we have standards that speak to governance, 2.A.1, and then we have requirements as well. Requirements, the word requirement says, you got no say in the matter. You either have it or you don't have it. Whereas standards, we believe, are aspirational. You want to get to that point where you want to be. So standard, the first one, 2A1, is that the institution demonstrates an effective governance structure. That includes you for your institutions. And then in terms of the requirements we've got number 9, number 10, and number 11. I won't, read word for word on it, but I've sent the slide deck to Patty, and you may be able to take a look at it, or get on our website, nwccu.org. We provide all the gory details in there too. And but those requirements are in there. Now, from time to time, in fact, when I was here 6 years ago, I heard from some of the faculty here about the fact that we're watering down academic freedom and faculty governance and things like that. This is like a favorite thing. In fact, I heard from the faculty senate chairs, and I heard from AAUP, from Connecticut and other places as well. And we said, okay, tell us what you want to see in it. And it was this iterative back and forth. And if you look at 2B1 and 2B2, very specifically, standards, which I'm not going to show here, very specifically, they speak to the role and responsibility of faculty in academic freedom, in governance, shared governance, and other issues as well. And I think really it is incumbent on these institutional leaders sitting right here to make sure that they're not just, nodding their heads or saying what needs to be said, but actually putting their money where their mouth is as well, actually demonstrably showing that this is happening. Okay? And so continuing on with the governance, and you all know this already, you as trustees, you have your own responsibilities, one of which is what I refer to as the duty of care. You have that duty to care for your institutions. It's not for yourself that you're doing this. Again, I tip of my hat to you for stepping up to wanting to serve as regent. It's a really, really tough job that you take on, and really kudos to you for doing this. So there is that care that you've got. It is that fiduciary responsibility that you've got to make sure that these folks here are all being held accountable. That's that duty of care piece of it. The second one is duty of loyalty, and making sure that the institutions, these leaders are doing everything they can to advance the mission of the institutions, that it is about creating this approach for this group welfare, that there's no conflicts of interest, and you serve as ambassadors for these institutions and advocates, not just the fact that that I graduated from UNLV or UNR or one of these, and they're my institutions, but really it is for the entirety of all of the member institutions that you've got within NSHE as well itself. And the last but not least in this triad of things that we look for is what we refer to as the duty of obedience. And it is about your, adhering to your bylaws, adhering to your policies and things like that. And oh, by the way, also ensuring that the institutional leadership is also adhering to all of these as well. They're not given a free rein to go, you can do whatever you want to. No, you're holding them accountable. That's a really critically important part of this idea of this duty of obedience as well. And as I wrap up here, a few words about the opportunities that institutions have in terms of coming up with innovations and things like that. The approach that we use is we encourage our institutions to be innovative. Come on in with your ideas. We've never said no to any idea that institutions have come in with. Never. Not since I've been on board as the president. And we want our institutions to be innovative. And so those things are done through what we refer to as substantive change. An institution might say, I want to test to see if we can offer this specialized degree program in whatever topic that we want to. And you may have seen, in the press about 3-year degrees, the 90 credit degrees. We're the first accreditor to approve one of those that we got from Brigham Young University, Idaho. And again, we're testing it. We want to make sure that it's the right approach. And all of these, by the way, they come to us through the substantive change process. And if it is, let's say that an institution already has an associate's degree in physiotherapy, and they want to add an associate's degree in some other program. Because they already have an associate's degree, this is not adding any new degrees. That substantive change process, it's all reviewed by my staff, and then they get a response back saying, okay, we bless you, move forward with it. But if they're wanting to add, so as you know in America, we have so-called community colleges, two-year colleges are adding four-year degrees. Okay? Now that's a new degree for that institution. For that, what we do is we will constitute an external peer panel to look at it very carefully and give us input. And then my Board of Commissioners has to vote on it. That's the requirement by the Department of Education. That we don't make, Sonny and my colleagues, we don't make that decision. It is the Board of Commissioners. They're elected by your member institutions, by my member institutions. And so that's how we encourage. And we encourage our institutions to come up with ideas, partnerships and other things as well. All of this coming together to be able to create new ways of, and you just want to test it to see if it works or not. Again, they may come to you saying, Board of Regents, we are going to go to NWCCU to seek approval of this experiment we want to do. And we ask them, have you talked to your Board of Regents, Board of Trustees? Or so we refer to Patty Charlton and others as our SHEOs, the State Higher Education Executive Officers. Okay? Have you gone to them and made sure that they have approved this? That you don't just come in, we're seeing a lot of institutions coming up with degrees in cybersecurity. Do you have the capacity? The Board of Trustees, Board of Regents has a responsibility, as you know, to make sure that they've got the wherewithal and the personnel to be able to do this as well. Or maybe it's a partnership they've created with another institution as well. So that's how we do these, these innovations and things. And we encourage our institutions. Push us hard, and we'll look at it. We've never said no, by the way. For my personal dictionary, I got rid of the word no. I don't use no ever. Never do. And also, again, Charles was speaking to this idea about dual credit and concurrent enrollment. There's been some chatter in this state that we've heard from y'all's institutions as well, that we've provided some input to. And we're providing better definition on how we track these things, how we make sure we hold your institutions' feet to the fire, hold them accountable as well. But there's tremendous opportunities, as you heard. One of the questions that was asked, I don't know which one of you did, Chair Carvalho or Trustee Brown. One of you asked the question about the data that Charles showed about the 25% increase in college attendance or whatever. And I think he misinterpreted the question, or didn't hear it right. And there's actually data, really good data from Texas, by the way, that you may want to look at, that shows, and they did, what you're talking about is the apples to apples comparison. Within the school, look at the students that did dual enrollment and the ones that didn't. And then you're looking at what their outcomes are, post-graduation outcomes are. I think that's how your question was framed. We got data like that from several states that you could look at too. And in fact, it does indeed support that those students, they do much better. They've got much better outcomes as they go forward as well. When I'm talking about outcomes, that is, college completion and things of that nature. It's not been tracked beyond that. And maybe one of the questions that came up when Charles was talking about was that, sort of the cradle to grave tracking, right? I don't know, I don't believe your state does it. Washington State does. Kentucky is the best in America. Does a great job of tracking those post-graduation, outcomes. Where are you working? What are your jobs and things like that? Now, the feds have promised they're going to be able to do that as well for us. But I'm not holding my breath on the feds being able to do it. But Utah is doing a pretty good job. Kentucky is doing a pretty good job. Washington State's doing a pretty good job. And Kentucky, I dare say, is probably the best one there is. That if you want to do something like that as a state, as a board, you may want to look at those particular states. Okay? And then alternative credentials. Here's a great opportunity for your institutions. Non-credit programs and things like that. You know, going back to that reskilling and upskilling and all that. You know, it's all about, for you, the bottom line is, as trustees, you want to make sure that these institutions are, financially sustainable and viable as well. These are not, freebies. You got to pay people salaries and infrastructure and all of that you've got, the fixed cost that you've got. And so, but these micro-credentials and alternative credentials, and we're approving these, by the way. We're, including these non-credit programs and things like that. We don't say no to anybody about these things. Come to us with your great ideas, and we'll walk you through the whole process and help you get to where you need to be as well. And what we've also developed is what we refer to as risk-based accreditation. Should we spend time on that institution that's got 95% graduation rates, or an institution that only has about 25% graduation rates? And what we're starting to do is spending, my staff's responsibility is to work with our institutions, support our institutions. We're just talking about Ed Harry is our staff liaison to College of Southern Nevada, right? Our role, my expectation of my colleagues and myself as well, is we're here to support our institutions. And so we want to spend more time, help you traverse these challenges that you see and help you get to where you need to be as well. And so we're using this risk-based. And also, we want you to take risks. Going back to this idea about innovations, right? Institutions really need to be, not be happy with where we're at. We got so many students, we're going to graduate them, yada, yada, yada. No, it's also about what are those new areas? And AI is like, creating incredible. I just forwarded some articles that I just read here in the last couple of days. One of which is about the bias. We already knew about AI bias against people of color. We already know that. But in this particular case, many of our institutions, including the University of Oregon and others, are using predictive analytics to predict the outcomes for particular students. It turns out, in this article that I just shared literally today, it came out in Inside Higher Ed, the summary, but then it's from staff at the University of Texas, Austin, and the University of Illinois and other places. It's an excellent read. It talks about these biases against African Americans and Hispanics and others in this predictive analytics by almost 10 to 15 points compared with Asian students and white students. So there are some interesting things. There are great opportunities that AI presents to us, but there's also some very interesting challenges that we got to be concerned about as well. And I could talk on and on about these things a little bit more. So I want to leave you with this very last thought. Really, it is about the students. As I said, when I co-opted Bill Clinton's famous statement, it's the students, stupid. It's all about that. It's about the success. And if our institutions and you as board members hold our institutions accountable and hold me accountable, focus on students, make sure that they're getting what they need to get, I think this narrative that's been foisted on America that there's a waste of money can be not just mitigated, can be eliminated as well. Thank you very much, and I'm open for any questions or comments.
Thank you so much for that presentation. I'll open it up to Regents if anyone has any questions or comments. Sure, Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Regent Del Carlo, for the record. And thank you for the presentation, because when I first became a regent, one of the first things I got asked was to sit in on accreditation at Western Nevada College, which is in the district that I represent. And this was all new to me. I didn't come with a higher ed background, came with a business background, et cetera. But it's been very interesting to know that there is standards and all this kind of stuff. So we're part of the Northwest Commission, so I guess I could look it up online, but there's other commissions around the United States. But your commission, you're over it, and then you are under the Department of Education standards, which all the commissions are. So you don't report to anybody else other than through the Department of Education. And you, like Dr. Kibler was from a different Southwest Commission, I think?
Southern.
So Southern, okay,
Yeah.
so the Southern. So do those different commissions around the United States get together too? is that another level?
Yeah.
I like to know what the structure
Sure,
is.
sure.
And then the time frame. I believe, and I know we've got a lot of new regents. I'm the longest on the board at 8 years. I think it's a 7-year cycle.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have like one person on your staff is assigned to each one of our
Mm-hmm.
institutions, right? And then the big ones every 7 years, and it's really huge. And I remember coming in on the board, and one of our institutions was really close to being on probation, and I won't say who it is. We know who it is. And we were able to work through it, and that didn't happen. So, can you just talk a little bit about what you said? You talked about a sanction. What happens with the sanction? If you get on probation, what happens? I know we've had institutions. There was a group here in Las Vegas, not part of your, but it was a fine arts college that lost their, I believe they lost their accreditation. So can you just, in a general, talk about a little bit of that
Sure,
for
sure.
our information?
But, so, Regent Del Carlo, thank you very much. And first of all, the first part of your, observation and question itself. Yeah, each one of us, we're 7 of us, what we refer to as the formerly regional accreditors. We now have a national purview, but we have made the conscious decision as the Northeast Commission to stay within our region. We are small. We only have 163 institutions. We are high touch, high contact accreditor. We're the only one like that. For example, Southern Association has about 1,000 institutions, okay? And Higher Learning Commission has about 1,000 institutions. Ours is high touch, like Ed Harry works very closely with the College of Southern Nevada. And Ed Harry is also with the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, by the way, as the liaison. And so he knows these people very well. He holds, in quotes, office hours and things like that. We want to stay that way. And our institutions, they want us to stay that way too. They don't want us to grow willy-nilly, going all over the country. Others of my sisters are doing that. So we're 7 of us. We all take from the Higher Education Act, we take that federal requirements and then translate that into our standards and requirements. All of our standards and requirements are approximately comparable, and we're the ones that went through the streamlining process. We only have the 2. And the others have followed suit now as well, by the way. And we go through this review and revision once every 8 years. We just finished 6 years ago. We're starting to do this come January of this 2025. And we're going to go through about 2 years of seeking input from our people like you to help us. Are we at the right place? What else should we be doing, et cetera? Okay? Now, just like your institutions are accredited by us on a 7-year cycle, and tell you a little bit more about that, I am, in quotes, recognized. I have to go up for recognition once every 5 years to the federal government. There is what's referred to as NSHE, N-A-C-I-Q-I, the National Advisory Committee on Institutional Quality and Integrity. That advises the Secretary of Education. And they grill us. We provide them, I kid you not, thousands of pages of data that they ask us to provide. And then they send people to look, and they even send people to our member institutions to make sure that we're doing right. They seek input from people. And then they may bless us for another 5 years or not. Okay? And it's a pretty intense process that we have to go through ourselves as well. So there's a re-recognition process that we go through. I'll give you a sense of what, at the federal level. Now, specifically about our cycle, we have a 7-year cycle. 7 years is the big enchilada, what we refer to as EIE, Evaluation of Institutional Effectiveness. It's about institutions focusing on the students and the outcomes and all that. But it's not just once every 7 years we go, okay, adios, we've seen you 7 years ago, we don't see you again. No, like I said, we're in your face. Totally. We ask them to submit annual reports. We give them feedback on it, on the students and what they're doing with the students, on the finances, on the infrastructure, on the facilities. Every little bit we're going to look at. And that report is due on August 1, by the way. So our institutions are working to submit those reports. And my staff looks at it and gives feedback back to the institution saying, hey, you know what? We're going to have our commissioners put you on a ad hoc visit. There's something amiss here. Or maybe there's something missed here. We want to come find out more. That could happen too. So it's the annual report. And like I said, My staff is on constant calls and Zoom calls and actually visit institutions physically as well, fly out and visit as well. That's that high contact. Year 3, we're the mid-cycle, which is focused on making sure that our institutions are headed in the right direction when it comes to students. Again, our focus really is, we're laser focused on student success. We want to make sure that the institution is doing well. We give that feedback. And then annual reports again and feedback, et cetera. Year 6, we have what's referred to as the PERFR, Policies, Regulations, and Financial Review, PRFR. Now we too. And we look at your institutional policies, your governance issues, your money issues. We look at money issues every year, but this is like the full turn. Okay, that PERFR is undertaken, and that report is given to the Year 7 team. The Year 7 team is a large team, depending on the size of the institution. Could be anywhere from 4 or 5 to maybe 10 or 11 or 12. University of Washington, it may be 12 individuals that will go there. And we hit everything from the library to the labs, to the research labs, to the teaching labs, to athletics. We look at everything. You may have seen here, the Utah State University folks just fired 4 individuals from their athletics program. It's in the paper today. You may have seen it, okay? We have a visit coming up, and we're going to ask them, tell me more. What happened here? Because apparently something was going on for several years before they discovered it, right? So that's the Year 7. That Year 7 is the comprehensive visit. And we believe in this idea of continuous process improvement and giving feedback constantly, making sure we do not like surprises. We do a lot of hand-holding and walk our institutions across, make sure that they're going to cross the finish line and that they're really focused on students. That's how we do it. Okay, I think I answered all of your questions that you had.
No, it was really good because I got involved, and I've been involved at the university, but I mean, I don't know if other regents get asked to go. I mean, I don't know. I just didn't know. And I know it's a really important part of what we do.
Yeah.
Because if we're not meeting our accreditation, then we're in real trouble.
Oh, yeah. Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've been involved in a few of the visits at our institutions as well, and I appreciate the participation greatly. It looks like we have a comment from Regent Boylan.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. Mr. Ramaswamy, thank you so much for all the information. I really like the part that you talked about Buffalo University guarantees if you can't get a job, in 6 months they give you back your fees. I remember asking this question of our institutions 2 years back under another chancellor. She's gone. And no one had the answer or even knew that there was such a thing happening anywhere else. So I have a few questions for you, but if you would explain this in more detail to us. When did they start? How did they start? What did they do? Because I love that program that you mentioned. So after that, I'll have a few accountability questions for you. And like you said, it's the students stupid, and I have no problem getting in anybody's face, even yours. So after that, I'll ask you some questions.
Right.
So thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate this information.
Yeah, so it is the University of Buffalo that came up with the idea of doing the refunding the tuition. And they really focus on the students, make sure that the students not only going to get an education, but throughout, it's all those high-impact practices. Some of your institutions are also focused on those high-impact practices, like, experiential education, internships and externships and things like that. They do everything they can to make sure that the students, the courses, the scheduling, and all of this is brought together in a comprehensive manner. And then it's also incumbent on the student to make sure that they're doing everything right. It's not a, one-sided thing that's going on, institution that's doing it. The students, there's a responsibility on the part of the student to make sure that they're addressing all of these things that's expected of them too. When all that comes together, the student graduates, and then if they don't get a job, then the university has a policy that they would refund. I've spoken with the president of the University of Buffalo, that this goes back about 3 or 4 years ago, as if they had any refunds, and he said thus far they have not had any refunds because the students are indeed, because of the very intense educational approach that they use. And when I say education in the very broad sense of it, not just the classroom, experience, but more broadly writ, and also counseling and career services and all of these things that they all bring together as well. So thus far, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to find out a little bit more and from the institution, and I'll send a message to Patty, and she can go ahead and share that with the rest of you. Okay?
That's really nice of you. I appreciate that. And make sure you do. I mean, send it to her, send it to all the presidents, send it to us. Make sure that we all get it. And this is something really important that will help students, because I remember the speaker yesterday, and I'm stealing his words, and he said we are accomplices in the attrition of students and what happens. So when you talk about this, what Buffalo has done, and if we start doing that, I know there'll be a lot of knees trembling and people trembling in their boots, and there'll be all kinds of things in admin, because then that means we will be held accountable. That is accountability to me. So please do that and send that to us. I think NSHE as a whole and all the institutions in America need to start doing that. Now, in your face, I like you for that. I really do. Who are you accountable to?
Could you repeat that? You kind of faded in there.
Who? Oh, okay. I was going to say, let me rephrase my question. Who are you accountable to?
Yes. Yeah. I'm accountable to our institutions first, and I'm accountable to the SHEOs, the State Higher Education Executive Officers, and then such as, Patty and the others. But most importantly, I'm accountable to this entity called the U.S. Department of Education. NSHE is the one that is the body that reviews us. And I can tell you that NSHE has turned down the recognition of most recently, in the last 2 years or so, one accreditor has been de-recognized, if I can use that term, okay? So they're pretty tough. They're really tough. Now, they don't just do it overnight. So what they'll do is they look at all the information that you've given them. They question you. They walk you through the various questions and things like that. And then they may say you're out of compliance, just like I would do with our institutions, saying you're out of compliance with this. Oh, I got to answer the sanction question, by the way. They can tell me that I'm out of compliance with 2 or 3 criteria that they've got. Okay, that my policies are not up to snuff, that my standards are not up to snuff, or whatever it is. And then I'm given time, a year, to go ahead and go through the process of reviewing and revising those and going back to them and providing it. And then I'm grilled again. It's like a PhD exam, by the way. I'm grilled again by the NSHE folks. It's only, instead of 5 or 6 members of a PhD dissertation committee, it is about 21 members that's going to be grilling me as well. So that's who I'm held accountable to. I mean, ultimately, my accountability is to the taxpayers of the United States of America.
That's a good one there, but you are held accountable to the Department of Education. No, so I love it. I love everything you're saying. It's great, and I love the fact that you, as an immigrant, have become at the top of your level in your field, etc. Now, you mentioned, and when I say Department of Education, it goes into another. I'll segue that into. You mentioned Project 2025. Did you, and you didn't seem to like it very much or whatever was said about it. Does that bother you that Project 2025 wants to do away with the Department of Education, and that would affect you and other organizations that get their salaries and jobs and answer to that organization? Mm-hmm. Is that why you brought in something so political as Project 2025?
No. My intent in bringing, referring to Project 2025 is the extent conversation. It's about the value proposition, right? That we have failed collectively in demonstrating the value that higher education brings. That's where this is all coming from. All these regulations and all these other things, they come about because somebody's trying to screw someone, right? And rip people off.
Always.
And there's a sort of a sense of being ripped off, right? Students are being ripped off Families are being
Yes.
ripped off. Taxpayers are being ripped off. That's what it's all about. And so, in and of itself, it's not Project 2025. It's just it's symptomatic of who we are as a nation, where we're at as well. Now, in terms of the specifics of it, no, I'm completely apolitical, and I roll with whatever dice I'm given or cards I'm dealt, and I go with it. And I think there's some really I've read the document, by the way, and there's some very important
So have I.
important considerations that you gotta have to take into account. Really, really important, and not everything they say is. Some of the things they say are untrue, or they're stretching the truth quite a bit as well. And so I'm not, it's not something that I'm worried about saying, okay, if the Department of Education is, eliminated, so be it. There's still got to be some sort of an accountability system built in, right? Now, what some folks are wanting to do is to have someone like Patty in her role serve in that role to hold institutions accountable. And what the construct that we've got that's been in place now in America for 140 years, by the way, okay, is this peer review process. In the rest of the world, they don't have a peer review. You look at your own self. So Patty would look at herself and her institutions versus me bringing in all these folks from outside to look at this, right? And when you talk about peer review, there's something to be said about the power of a third party coming in and reviewing you, right? And I think, there's the devil's in the details, okay? So we'll need to get into the details as to how this is all going to transpire. What happens, I don't know what's going to happen come November. I don't know what's going to happen after that. But if indeed the accreditors, as we are informed, go home, c'est la vie. We go home, right? But I think America will lose.
C'est la vie.
America will lose because we'd have eliminated this accountability piece of it. No.
Thank you, Mr. Ramaswamy.
All right.
Accountability is really important.
All right.
And Chair, if I may, I'd like to put this in the record that Mr. Ramaswamy has been so kind. He will give us all this information, and then she will look into how we can do what the University of Buffalo is doing, because it's the students stupid. Thank you so much, sir. You've done a great job.
All right.
Appreciate it. Be safe now.
Appreciate it very much. Thank
Keep
you
on
so much.
punching.
Hey, thank you for what
Yeah.
you do too. Appreciate it. If I may, Patty, responding to Regent Del Carlo's question about sanctions. Yes, we have several institutions that have been sanctioned, and they go through. So the sanctions that we've got are of three kinds. It's a warning. So better step up and change what you're doing. And then we have the nuclear option is show cause. There's probation. And then we got the nuclear option, which is show cause. Show cause why I shouldn't shut you down. Show me why I should not shut you down, right? And we've got one institution that's right now under show cause. And there are other institutions that are warned. It may be because they have not done something right by students. Their graduation rates are not in the right spot. We also require peer comparators. Our institutions, we want them to define who their peers are and then compare against those peers, right? Some of our institutions have been sanctioned because they, first of all, have not developed their peers, and secondly, they're not using that peer information. They have it on their website, but they're not using that information to inform themselves on how they're going to make progress on what needs to happen at their institutions as well. And so, and then, we, of course, there's the probation as well. So we have about 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 institutions that are under warning right now. As a matter of fact, 2, during the most recent June commission meeting, our commissioners voted to remove the sanction on 2 institutions. So they're going to come out of that sanction. By the way, a sanction is a public statement. And this one institution, because if you get sanctioned, then we have to have you go ahead and start doing teach-out agreements, because the worst case is you may fail your accreditation. You got to have teach-out agreements. And when you start doing all of that, students are going to say, whoa, wait a second. This institution is under a sanction. Is this going to be a viable proposition? Should I even bother to go to that institution? As a matter of fact, some of the institutions I've seen, their enrollments have been affected as well. So our commissioners, they take this with a very, very heavy dose of, really thinking very carefully, because you want to provide that sanction, wake-up call, and yet now want to create a situation. It's that self-fulfilling sort of a situation where the institution starts spiraling down because their enrollments go down, and then it's that spiral that you're going to get onto as well. So our commissioners take a lot of time to think this through. Our evaluators that give us the information saying this institution is out of compliance, think through that very, very carefully as well. So institutions do come out of sanctions. We've had several institutions that have done that. In fact, we've even had one institution that was under show cause a few years ago, came out of it, and is so much stronger today than they were at that time. The one institution that's under sanction of show cause right now, we'll have to wait. In October, we'll have the final visit on that campus. And whether they're going to transcend where they're at or not remains to be seen.
Thank you. My last question is from President Hilgersom.
Well, first of all, Karin Hilgersom for the record, I just want to thank you. I don't think you get enough gratitude. I became engaged with the NWCCU probably 25, 30 years ago. I don't know exactly when, as a department chair. And I will say that your leadership has been inspirational, truly inspirational. And your capacity to let us innovate, which you clarified for me in a really lovely way and direct way, which I appreciate, is, I think, really wonderful for the 163 institutions under your leadership. Obviously, you've heard how dynamic Sunny is. I mean, I don't know about you, but this was the best presentation for me I was just totally glued to everything you said today, and I'm someone who's very familiar with accreditation. So and our liaison, Selena, is also incredible. And I've learned so much from our own accreditation experiences at TMCC, but the visits I've gone on, and when my first presidency was with Middle States, which was very good as well, but not nearly as inspirational and transformative as what I have seen occur at the NWCCU under your leadership. So first of all, I just want to say thank you. The second thing that I want to say is, one of the things that I think is very challenging for this board is that you have 13 board members who have to worry about accreditation for 7 distinct and unique institutions. And there's just so much information. Do you have any advice for a board that it has to basically govern? I don't know of any other board in the country that is governing 2 universities, a state university, and then 4 community colleges, just so distinct. And how can they do it? What advice could you give to them? And maybe you want to ponder it, because sometimes I don't know how these amazing board members do it, because there's just so much information. So that's my question. Thanks.
Yeah, wow. Well, first of all, thank you so much, Karin, for all the kind words. And it's a partnership that we've got with our member institutions and with our governing boards and trustees and others as well. And so, we've not done it in a vacuum. It's been with the support and help of people like yourself and the others as well. And it has been wonderful to continue to improve in everything we do as well. So thank you so much for that. And thanks for your support as well, including, serving as an evaluator and all that too. So thank you for that too. As a matter of fact, Board of Trustees members here, if you're interested in serving on some of our evaluation teams and all that, we'd love to have you go with our teams. Let me know, please, and we can sign you up as well. So in terms of the question itself, I tell you, it's not one of these one-size-fits-all, right? For board members, it's as I said, a tip on my hat to you. It's a really tough job to have, and it's incredible. And so each institute, actually, there are some other institutions across America, and I can get you some information about that do have a mix of 2-year and 4-year and so on as well. In this, so yeah, you're pretty unique. You've got this, and yet there are some others that have a shared experience as well. And so I can get you some information on it. Off the top of my head, I don't remember, but in Vermont, they had it like that, but then they went ahead and made some consolidations, and then it kind of changed the whole construct in Vermont as well. But I'll look it up and try to get that information to y'all, and I can send it to Patty, and then she can share it with the board members. But really, I mean, it is that the fact that you are doing this work as a trustee, it demonstrates to me your commitment and your love of higher education and the kinds of things that you want to make sure happens at your institutions. And I say people that have that ability to take a deep dive and look at the details, and that's what it is. This is about details. And not just kind of glossing over the fact and saying, okay, on my resume, I look great because I'm on the board of trustees for NSHE. No, it really is a commitment that you have made of spending the time, and hopefully your roles are all divvied up so that each of your board members is got a few institutions that you work with or something like that. But it's paying attention to those details is what it is. I mean, accreditation, there's a lot of voluminous amounts of data, as you probably have seen, those of you that have done it before. So other than that, I don't have an answer to the question that you asked, because it is a very unique situation. Even each institution. University of Nevada, Las Vegas is very different from University of Nevada, Reno, because of the type of mission that you've got and the construct of students that you work with as well. So I got to run to the airport, if you don't mind. If you got more questions, go ahead and send them my way. I'll promise you I'll get back to you with answers. I'll get back to you with the University of Buffalo one, and I'll also this board, if there's another state that has a board construct like yours, that's a mix of comprehensive universities, R1 institutions, and community colleges as well. Okay? Thanks again. Appreciate again what you do. My sincere thanks to you. All right.
And
take
thank
care.
you
Good
so
luck
much.
to you. Let me know how I can help you, all right?
Safe travels,
All right,
and
thanks.
thank you for your time today.
Y'all take care. Bye now.
All right, at this time, we're going to take a lunch break. We'll come back at 12:45 and go on to item number 11. All right, we'll get started in just a few seconds. Okay, we're on to item number 11, direction of concurrent enrollment in Nevada. And for this, I'll turn it over to Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs, Daniel Archer.
Thank you very much, Daniel Archer, for the record. So the National Alliance of Concurrent Enrollment Partnerships, which is more commonly referred to as NACEP, has been a national leader in the concurrent enrollment space. Amy Williams, the NACEP Executive Director, is here today, and I think she'll provide a lot of valuable insights because she can kind of look at this through both a national lens and a state lens. Just to provide some additional background on Amy, she, in addition to being the Executive Director at NACEP, she also oversaw concurrent enrollment in the Montana higher education system for a number of years. So I'll turn it over to Amy.
Thank you, Daniel, Madam Chair, Board of Regents. It's wonderful to be here. This is my first time at a Regents meeting in the state of Nevada, but I've had the opportunity to work with states and regents across the nation, 15 different states and counting. All right, well, I have a bit of a cheat sheet that I'll read off of for a few of my slides, and then we'll move into a little more discussion specific to the Nevada context. So if you will provide me a bit of grace while I cue that up. Thank you. For the record, my name is Amy Williams, W-I-L-L-I-A-M-S. I'm with the National Alliance of Concurrent Enrollment Partnerships, often called NACEP. So a little about the work that we do as an organization. We're the first and only national organization that supports basically this work in 3 different areas. We are the national go-to for dual enrollment, concurrent enrollment, dual credit, Jumpstart, Early College, Running Start. These programs have 30 different terms that are utilized by different states in statutory guidance as well as straight statute. We work in 3 areas. We support programs themselves through program quality standards, national program quality standards. We are the only provider of best practices in the national quality standards space. We also further elevate and recognize exemplars within that space that meet or exceed our standards through accreditation. So we are the only national program accreditor for these programs. We also serve practitioners. That is really our biggest audience. We are a member-based organization. We support practitioners that are doing the work day in, day out in the K-12 systems, in the system offices across the country, and the college campuses and the high schools. We also support and advocate for policy. Strong policy, we feel, supports strong practice. Strong practice is a non-negotiable. These programs need to be quality for students. And so we work in policy to ensure that the voice of the practitioner, who tends to be the most informed on and often is tasked with implementation of these programs and policy changes, we work hard to make sure that that voice is at the table for state and federal policy. So in preparing these remarks for this time with you today, I wanted to focus on some of the key areas as we have a national lens on the landscape of these programs and have for more than 25 years. I wanted to focus on some key areas that we focus on for program quality in all 50 states. So we work across the nation in the field as a whole to advance quality college courses for high school students, as well as ensure equitable access and participation in quality courses for high school students, while quality college courses for high school students. We like to say in our work, we come from the field and we are here to support the field directly. That focus on the practitioner is front and center in all of our work. So we play a very important role in filling policy gaps that exist in state policy. States have very well-defined policy on the K-12 side of the house as well as on the post-secondary side of the house. There is not a lot of policy for that in-between space. So our organization historically has played an important role in advising states, developing statute, reviewing statute, those type of activities. So we fill that gap in that state policy element. We do also work with the U.S. Department of Ed to help them kind of tease out the important elements for the Department of Ed to help bridge that space as well. We work really hard on aligning policy and practice, as I've already referenced a bit. We work hard for the vertical and horizontal alignment. So vertical alignment means that everybody from the governor's office to the Board of Regents to those doing the work on the campuses in the high school are kind of following the same vision, goals, objectives, and practices. We also work on horizontal alignment to ensure that states and institutions within states that are working on programs like this are using shared common terminology, shared practice, common understanding, and also working towards a shared vision. We also work on functional solutions that work for states and for system offices, particularly policy practice approaches. These programs are very unique. State context is very unique. All 50 states are different. But the problems in connecting college and high school together for a cohesive, rigorous, impactful experience are actually similar. And so we do functional solutions at the state, system, and program level to help ensure that vertical and horizontal alignment exists. We also are very well known for our professional development. We have a national convening, the only national convening that brings together practitioners, policymakers, advocates, and state institution leadership at our events for professional development, which is where we introduce, build, and drive new concepts that increase moving the dial on equity in these programs across the U.S. Also, and Sunny Ramaswamy characterized this way better than I could. We are an important accountability metric. In this space that joins both secondary and post-secondary education, everybody is responsible for the quality of the program. Fundamentally, we are responsible to our students to provide them a program and access to a course that is rigorous, that provides them with an authentic college experience. And so we play a really important role in when everybody is responsible for quality, then there needs to also be an organization or entities within the state that are looking at the accountability and ensuring that that quality is there and the program is meeting the metrics as designed. So when we look at states across the nation, now I can put this down. When we look at states across the nation, we are an accountability metric for 7 or 11 different states. They either require, incentivize, or encourage NACEP accreditation if states are operating these programs. Some of those incentives or requirements are tools such as funding access. Funding is only provided to programs that are NACEP accredited. We also have 5 states, and the state that I was in, you'll see state of Montana, built our policy, our system level policy, completely on NACEP's program quality standards. And then there are 11 states that are here in the lighter green that use either some or all of our quality standards in system or state level guidance or statute. States play a really important role in quality assurance. They also play an important role that is not well defined at this point in time. In fact, we received funding this fall to work on this problem, the appropriate role of states in quality assurance from the Gates Foundation to unpack this. Predominantly, when you look at these programs, most of the quality conversations are focused on what programs are doing. But states have a really critical role in ensuring that the programs are equipped, they understand what's expected with them, they are funded appropriately, they are staffed appropriately. And that has a critical piece because these are, whether the state has a full, generous line item appropriation that they're providing to these programs every year, or they're providing no funding, because they are generally occurring in the public institutions, in the public high schools as well, which is where the predominance of the field is. We know that state taxpayer money is already being utilized for these programs, whether the state augments with additional funding or not. So dual credit is being funded by the state either directly or indirectly, and sometimes and often both. So this is a state investment that uses federal funding as well as state funding to support through secondary and post-secondary. So through this work with the Gates Foundation, we have landed on policy recommendations that will be coming out in the next few months. Fundamentally, we are challenging states to actually, in statute, say that they expect these programs to have quality, to give a high-level and clear definition. Basically, the biggest definition out there and utilized is equivalent course, regardless of the location or the instructor type. That also aligns with NACEP's definition of quality programs. And then further, we think that states need to identify an entity or an agency or a collaborative group, some entity within the state that is responsible for ensuring that the state's expectations are met and that progress is being made. I would say additionally and important, especially in the context of Nevada, because I've been poking around a little in your data and looking at your dashboards, this idea, not only should the state say that it expects quality in the utilization of these programs and define what that means, but also identify the agency or the entity they should check in with on progress on. Also metrics. And so Nevada is already collecting some key metrics that are really important for this work and ensuring progress continues. And we'll unpack a little bit in a moment on that. Can I ask for a bottle of water, please? Thank you very much. Okay, so you all know this probably as well as I do, the role of governing boards in state quality assurance. Thank you so much. Governing boards have a really cool role in the fact that they get to kind of be that North Star, create and paint the vision of the direction where higher education is going to go, public higher education is going to go in the state. So that ability to have a little less vested interest potentially at the campus level, the ability to be kind of that independent entity that is putting that duty of care on, putting that hat on, what is the best for the state, what is the best for the students in the state. That provides a lot of positive distance from some of the detailed on-the-ground conversations. And that provides this opportunity for true strategy, development, and leadership. Regents and governance bodies have that longer lens, that broad view, that knowledge of the more pervasive approach to education within the state through the subunits of higher ed there as well. And they have this important role, and I know you guys are working on your strategic plan, of identifying, setting those strategy components at that high level for institutions to work towards. They also have an important role, as you know, in allocations of funds and advocacy for policy changes, guidance, and practice changes, as well as an important role in monitoring progress and ensuring accountability as well. The State Higher Education Office, which I definitely come from that space, is a critical kind of connector and puts the puzzle pieces together, because the State Higher Ed Office really has this knowledge of the policy and practice in place, the tools and pieces that are there, the relationships that have been built, the relationships that need to be built, where the data is, how much value it has, how current it is, how useful it is to identify metrics that might actually show what the impact of your work is for students. Also, system offices have an important role in preempting or identifying or elevating issues that need attention of governance boards or other policy levers. Unfortunately, because the space that dual and concurrent enrollment lives in, we do have questions about quality. You saw President Ramaswamy talk about this as well, this important metric of accountability and ensuring quality. We keep our eye very focused on quality for a variety of reasons. It's deep in our DNA as an organization. But as we work in this national landscape, we know that variable policy can lead to variable practice. Variable practice can lead to variable quality. And that leads to an unpredictable experience for students. I always try and put, whether it's governance boards or governor's office or even program folks, I try and put this in perspective with a couple framing questions. When I work with states, one of the first things I will ask them is, tell me what you know about these programs. You absolutely know. And they'll list things off. Sometimes they're key data metrics. And then I will ask them to show me how they know that. Is it that a policy is there? How do you know that the policy is followed? Do you collect data to see if it's there? So those are really important elements, particularly when the state starts moving towards appropriation and funding. What do we want these programs to do? How will we measure and show that impact as well? There are also other things somewhat informed by my experience, but one question that I like to throw out is, if you're sitting next to a dual enrollment student or a dual credit student, concurrent enrollment student from your state on a flight somewhere, and you're asking them about their experience, what do you want for them to say? Because that's where the rubber meets the road. It's about the students, right? So by being intentional in crafting your programs and ensuring that you have things like data that you're monitoring, policies that are utilized, and shared vision and goals, that makes you as a state much better enabled, despite what institution students participate from, despite their socioeconomic background, despite any of the other variables. That gives you the ability to actually predict what a student's experience is, because you've thoughtfully worked to pull together elements that support that student experience. Areas that we see states as well as programs really tune in on in student experience is advising. curriculum, the assessment, the learning outcomes, student supports, and accommodations. So if you're sitting next to a student on the plane, I suspect most of us would not want to hear things like, I wanted to do that, but I wasn't allowed to do that because I am a student with disabilities and I am not provided supports for that as per our lack of policy, although most students are going to talk at that level at the airport. But those are key areas to focus in on that student experience. Do you want students to be able to accrue an entire degree or credential in high school, or do you want them to take a few classes or credits? Do you want them to have a college advisor, or are you going to let the high school guidance counselor do that work, or are they doing it in collaboration, or is a mix of at a certain time the high school advisor hands off to the college advisor based on number of credits or the degree path the student has identified? All of those tools from a strategic standpoint more or less live in the space of the control of governing boards by setting that important vision for what they want students to get out of this experience and how it supports the objectives they are trying to accomplish as a governing board. So variability in student experiences certainly can derail the goals for these programs, certainly diminishes value and impact. And I would say that unfortunately we've seen this not just in the student space, we've seen it in the state space as well. I won't unpack this too much because I feel like you guys had an outstanding overview of regional accreditors' roles in this space. But NWCCU does have a clear expectation in their policy and guidance that these programs are quality. And some of the questions that we get from other regional accreditors really focus on, hang on, get back to that. There. Focus on these elements of what are these pieces that help control quality. And so President Ramaswamy kind of touched on some of the ways that they look at standards for accreditation. I love the framework that they do. They really are truly innovative, and his leadership has really kind of changed the landscape as well. They actually call out our standards as something that they expect programs to be utilizing if they're engaging in the concurrent enrollment space, and they further unpack them in the memos. And so these are the ones that they have prioritized. Same quality and rigor, same courses as those that are offered at the college. The students are held to the college's standards of achievement. Instructors in the high school meet the college's requirements, that they have received training in how the course is delivered, and that they are provided ongoing engagement with a faculty liaison, someone who is kind of their guide to taking this college course and making it that college's course only in the high school. These are where our standards fall into. So when we are actually similar to NWCCU going through a re-review of our standards. We do that every 5 to 7 years. In particular, since we've seen so much change happen in the higher education and high school space in the last 5 to 8 years, we're re-reviewing our standards and looking for additions, streamlines, and subtractions as well. But the overall goal of our standards fall into basically 2 buckets. One thing that we're laser focused on is ensuring that it's the same course, content, curriculum, learning outcomes, instructional tools, so that the student that is taking the course in the high school, which is the most prevalent model in the US, 86% of students taking these programs do so in their high school through a high school instructor. So that when students are taking that course, they're getting an authentic experience that translates to both academic learning as well as college knowledge learning along the way. So we have standards that very clearly focus on curriculum, assessment, faculty and faculty qualifications, as well as things like student advisement and student supports. And then there is the standard, so that's one thing, is keeping the focus on parity between the high school and college course. And then there's the other area that talks more about the program quality. How are students recruited? What does this partnership look like? Is it a formal agreement between the high school and college? Is it a true working partnership where they know each other, sit in meetings together, plan, strategize, set shared goals, look at data, talk about continuous improvement? Or is it a check the box exercise? We've done this, we've connected our program, or we've connected our institutions through an MOU, and there we go. So very clearly, strong partnership is a critical element because neither of these entities can transcript credit for the other. You have to have an agreement that the high school is going to be transcribing and the college is going to be transcribing. So we have standards that really focus on the more holistic student experience element, and then we have standards that very much focus on the parity course content element as well. We also lean in very strongly on program evaluation and continual improvement. We challenge all programs that are going through accreditation with us and any program that we work with looking at best practices to find, use, and refine things through their data. Pick metrics that matter for student outcomes based on your objective for these programs, measure, and publish on those. So when I work with states, there is one, well, okay, I already told you like my two favorite questions to ask. But there is one key thing any state should really be thoughtful about, and governing boards are in the ideal place to do that. What is the objective for this program? What do you want to accomplish for students? Which seems kind of like a no-brainer, except when you work in the national landscape, I often talk about these programs as being kind of a Swiss Army knife. You can use them for a variety of different things. We've seen them utilized very successfully for re-engaging at-risk students, students that had already left education or re-engaged back in, building that relevancy piece. We've seen success in workforce engagement, getting more students interested in teaching, health sciences, computer sciences. We've seen them as targeted acceleration tools for students that are more likely to go on to education anyways. So they're targeted as an acceleration program to give students credits that they carry off. And we've seen everything in between. So that gives states a tremendous, and governing boards a tremendous opportunity to be very laser focused on what they want these programs to be and how they want students to have this experience occur. So layering those two things together, focus on the student experience, focus on the goals and how this integrates with overall goals in secondary and higher education, gives states a unique opportunity to be very intentional and thoughtful about this. So one thing that states, and I already touched on this, can do to help identify this is who's in charge. We do see that decision rights and ownership rights are really important in this middle space that is shared and is not governed by state policy. I would also say in terms of setting your goal and looking at the student experience, who do you want these programs to serve? We have peer-reviewed research that shows a variety of different student groups benefit from participation in these programs, including students that are at risk, as well as low to middle academically achieving students. So and I come from a STEM background. I used to be a researcher, so I always go to the peer-reviewed research to ensure that we are in alignment with what we know works for students, short and long term as well. So as this state, which has done a lot of really strong work in this space and is starting to, from what I can see from an external standpoint, starting to hit some of the harder elements of working on these programs, as the state thinks through what the goals are, what the objective is for student experience, who you're going to serve, and why you're going to serve them, it is critical that you identify your non-negotiable elements and enshrine them, I would say, in policy and guidance. I mean, honestly, I don't care if they're NSHE standards or anybody else's specific standards that they see are really important and impactful for students. We offer our standards because they're tested, tried and true, and research-backed as well. But we do know there are other states that do their thing, and they mainly focus on the same areas of our standards. But the important thing is to set that expectation. What is non-negotiable for these students and these programs, and what are they expected to deliver? I would say associated with that is determining how you're going to monitor quality. We see states, as I had on that last slide, there are states that don't use NSHE standards at all. So how are they setting that expectation for quality, and how are they monitoring it? And the easiest way for states to do this more, and this because I just came out of a strategic planning meeting, is to ask some of those thoughtful questions. All dual credit programs will ensure that students get this what? You guys get to define that. So those non-negotiable elements come up in the student experience as well. I would say that it is best to add those to guidance as well so that everybody can see it and there is a unified collective voice working towards that. As I mentioned before, we do a lot of work aligning horizontally across the state as well as vertically. When I worked with, I was appointed to our governor's office to do this work in the state of Montana, and one of the most impactful experiences for me was having the governor turn to me and say, yeah, students don't pay for textbooks in our state at all, right? The high school district does that. And I turned to him and I said, well, actually, it kind of varies. And that was the first time that we forayed into student experience because the governor very clearly said we should have students' textbooks paid for. That was part of the student experience that was a priority for him. along with affordability and access. I would say the fun thing about doing this work, or maybe the frustrating thing about doing this work, is all different states are very truly unique. But I get to see a lot of different program practices and approaches at both the state and the individual program level. The best programs that are woven into the fabric of how the state or the institution does education are those that build support and collaboration, particularly at the system level. The more collaborative and mutually respectful and understanding the state environment for these programs can be, the more you start getting into these things that make this an endemic part of how education happens. And that helps make it clearer for students and parents to understand what these programs are versus what they are not. And that benefits the state, I think, immensely as well. I would say the basic foundations, I know that you guys have made a common tuition policy, I believe. I'm looking at Daniel. You have a common tuition pricing structure, right? Yeah, okay. And you've made some other forays into that, and I believe the liaison pricing structure is aligned as well. Compensation for college instructors that are liaisons. Sorry.
Yeah, this is Daniel Archer. It's an ongoing discussion.
Okay, got it. Yes. So because these programs, and by the way, you know, these programs don't make institutions money. CCRC did a big paper on that about kind of where the profit model becomes viable when you get to scale. Because these programs are weird, you're joining high school and college, but for good reasons and with good purpose and ideally structurally with student experience and state objectives in mind, this is kind of a weird space. So if the more that you build collaboration in between campuses instead of competition, the more that that space gets a lot more streamlined, the expectations are similar. You can do that in a variety of ways. In the system office, you very frequently, in the state governance, you very frequently have the carrot or the stick, or you have statute, or you have guidance, or you have training. Those are all viable, impactful tools, and I've seen states deploy them with great success regardless. So, you know, one of the things we try and do with working with all 50 states is identify kind of the minimum statutory policy, because we know that that is complicated to get that across the finish line. And then we unpack different tools and approaches, guidance, techniques, and training that help work within that. So I would say my best advice, and this is what I did with the state of California, of Montana, I came into an incredibly dysfunctional group of programs. They did not trust one another. They were fighting amongst one another. They told students not to participate in something because it was bad, because it was not their institution. That took years to kind of move away from, but it started with building common knowledge, common practice, common language, and getting the actual people doing the work together to know one another. We started doing that with the program coordinators, then we started folding in faculty, because faculty are the most important voice to get engaged in this work, particularly because these are their courses being delivered in the high school classroom. So we started folding in faculty, we built champions, we did twice a year, we did annual trainings for those that were running programs on the higher ed side of the house, and then we started working that into our Perkins, and secondary people that were working on these programs started coming to our training. So we were building a collaborative movement and trying to kind of blur those turfy situations that had been so endemic to the work and had honestly held the state back for a number of years in terms of expansion. So you've got the carrot or you have the stick. Carrot is great. We used a lot of grant incentives for that. We did a lot of elevating of exemplars. Our governor happened to do high school visits during the back-to-school timeframe. This was one of his key policy objectives, was growing and expanding access and affordability in these programs. So we brought him out to exemplar high schools, we brought him out to exemplar colleges, and we brought out, you know, the dean of enrollment management as well as the provost to talk about the impact of these programs. We also did a lot of data collection, and we looked at monitoring what our impact was. For the state of Montana dual credit, our primary objective was twofold. We were working on a credential attainment objective by 2025. So we were trying to increase the number of post-secondary credentials that were in possession by Montanans. And we were trying to basically combat brain drain, keep our best and brightest in the state of Montana. So using those metrics, one of them was a much longer term one, but we looked at our dual credit participating students versus their non-participating peers that were in the high school space. We found students that participated in dual credit, regardless of their socioeconomic background, were 20% more likely to matriculate to a Montana University system institution. We also started looking at students' first-year retention. We looked at completion. We looked at GPA, first-year GPA versus their high school GPA, whether they improved or not. We looked at that, that first-year retention. We saw across the board that these students did better than their participants from the same high school with the same GPAs that did not, or the students that did not participate from the same high school, same GPA. So we did a lot of careful analysis to look at elements. Montana does not have a lot of racial diversity, but we do have a lot of economic diversity as well as geographic diversity. So one of our number one priorities to expand access was to get into what's called our Class C high schools, the smallest ones. More than 50% of Montana high schools have less than 100 students in the district in which they go to. So that was our objective, was to take our Class C schools, which we had 128 of them. Only 4 of them offered dual credit when we started. And so that was one of our objectives in our metrics we looked at. How many did we grow this year? What about the next year? We also did a lot of workforce alignment. Our objective as a state, again, getting back to what are you trying to do with these programs? We didn't want to get all students to an associate degree. We wanted every high school in the state to offer 1 math, ideally a gateway math, 1 writing, ideally a gateway writing, and 3 courses in career technical areas that were tightly aligned to what our workforce needs. So health science, IT, advanced manufacturing, welding, things like that. That was our goal. But that's nice because that gives you encapsulated data. We started integrating that with our Perkins system, and then there was a long story after that, which I will truncate. I would say also an important approach is to have the hard conversations and have them as soon as you can. I would also say address any issue areas that come up, particularly hearing them from the campus, as promptly as possible. I used to have a quip that if I got the same question more than 3 times, someone called me up with it, we needed to put guidance together for it because it was not clear and people were calling for help. And thank goodness they were calling for help, right? So that's a nice area to kind of focus on as well, and it's a pretty easy metric. If you're getting lots of calls about it, it's a good piece for provide guidance. We also did service areas. We also did policy for first right of refusal. There was a lot of discussion about that topic. People have strong feelings, and rightfully so. So that's one of the hard conversations as well that most states, once they look to try and scale these programs, will get to at some point in time, either by choice or because it will come up in the work. I would also say I'm trying to pull together useful thoughts that we've seen working across all 50 states. I would say from the program collaboration element, how aligned and connective and communicative are the various programs doing the work? That will be your barometer on turfiness. I would also say, does state policy or system policy support collaboration, or is it providing incentives for not collaborating? We just did a project in a state that I will not be naming, but it was a state that had rebuilt their funding system and it instead prioritized school districts to not have students participate in dual credit because they lost some of the funds for student A and B. So they had created kind of a perverse incentive by trying to level the playing field through funding. I would say, what are the mechanisms for discussion, collaboration, problem solving, building this network across the state of folks that are doing the same work in the same way to ensure a aligned student experience. I would say that common language, common understanding, trust in the integrity of work of others are a key factor in this work, and they are very hard to measure. So it's people time, talking to people, reading the room, listening for challenges and problems, and working on solutions. I would also say the policy practice connection is a great place to focus on. How clearly and directly can the state communicate with these institutions that are enabled to do this work? Can they inform them? Can they inspire them? Can they incentivize them? Or is it more of a support and information and guidance? We see states across the nation take this on in different ways. There is no super secret sauce to this. It just varies based on context, how the programs are working, where the challenges are, and what the priorities are in addressing those challenges, and how you're going to measure and monitor that. I would say states need to have a vision for this, and they should also monitor data and publish transparently and openly data that support advancing towards that vision or identify areas where the state is doing specific work. Also, I think this state's got a really good read on this, but what are the mechanisms? There are states that we work with that have no idea what possible mechanisms they could use to either provide guidance or support or training. And so getting a real handle on what the tools and techniques that are available and will be most impactful as you outline your goals is important to consider. All right, I believe that's my time. I am happy to take questions from any of the regents. I really appreciate the opportunity to come add more to my lovely trip here. I was at another event prior to this. It was cool to get to stay an extra day.
Thank you. I think Vice Chair Downs has a question for you.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho, Vice Chair Downs for the record. I appreciate your presentation and the information you're sharing. A couple of questions, I guess one question in general.
Yeah.
Is I'm always concerned about quality of programs at the high schools, if they meet the quality. At the institution, do you do some form, would you recommend some form of assessment, consistent assessment? And the other question that would be about instructor qualifications. It said that under your program, they would have to meet the college. So we would require, for example, at community college, a master's in the subject area or a master's degree plus 18 credits of graduate work in that area to be qualified to teach. I think that's pretty much, I don't want to speak for all the schools, but that's somewhat of a, I understand, a standard. Is that what you're seeing with your schools you work with, or do you ever work with high school teachers who don't have master's degrees or who have less training?
It's a great question, Vice Chair Downs. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Regents. I've seen everything. So let's start with the easiest one because I've done this work boots on the ground. So when you're working with an instructor, a high school instructor, to go through and do vetting, there should be the faculty liaison for that instructor, should be an appointed faculty member who has regular teaching duties in or overseeing that course. So sometimes these are deans, sometimes they are, people that are actually just adjunct faculty that are in that supervising, sometimes they're tenure or associate faculty. But the most important and beautiful part, because I do like to wax poetic about how much I love these programs, but and I come from actually teaching in the high school, middle school for 11 years prior to moving over to adjuncting. So one of the beautiful things about these programs is when you get two people that love education and the content area in the same room to talk shop. From there, it is a curriculum alignment. This is what we're doing in the high school. If the high school is trying to repurpose an existing course, we don't recommend that. We recommend that the college brings in their course, says this is the syllabus, these are the learning outcomes, these are the assessments, this is the schedule for the assessment, this is the type of assessment, this is the textbook, so that what you're literally doing is taking a college course and dropping it into the high school and preparing and giving that instructor a direct liaison and connection. Our standards require a initial onboarding with the institution and that faculty liaison, as well as ongoing annual professional, discipline-specific professional development. So those instructors, all of the concurrent enrollment instructors, should be getting together with their faculty liaison for that department or course annually to learn about shifts in pedagogy, new approaches in teaching and learning that the college is building. So again, a lot of focus on that course parity and content and building that in as well. Does that hit the first part of your question in terms of pieces that need to be in place to move forward?
Yes, and then instructor qualifications.
There you go. Yes. So instructor qualifications vary. So Montana was under NWCCU, and at the time, and I haven't re-reviewed their changes in standards, but at the time, and our Board of Regents hasn't changed it. At the time, NWCCU had a very strong stance of tell us what your standard is. You need to get on the same page for your standard. So the state of Montana was either a master's in content or a master's with 9 discipline-specific credits. We do see some differences and variances in the number of credits, not the element that this person basically needs to be qualified to be an adjunct on the campus. So that's an important component. Now, we have had some very interesting conversations because I come from a high school instructor background, and it's hard to have conversations with a high school instructor that's been doing this for 30 years. They're everybody's valedictorian speaker or their graduation speaker because they're so popular, and say, yeah, we know you're really good at teaching, you just can't teach for us because you are missing that. And so we've had a lot of thoughtful, in the state of Montana, what we did is we took a, yes, you're qualified, but not quite now. Here's what we'd like you to get. And then we built a credit for credit coupon system so that teachers would get free graduate credits in pursuing this. And we helped build that teaching core. And that gave our 4-year program a really strong reason to be engaged, because those teaching programs and those teachers that came out of them, they were our Montana kids, and now they're teaching in a Montana classroom. And so that ability to return to the service of the people that came to you to establish their careers gave our 4-year side of the house a very important role in this work as well. And by and large, dual enrollment was called out specifically in the state of Montana by the Board of Regents as the purview of the 2-year system, with the allowance of 4 years to engage in specific areas that were deeply and tightly tied to 4-year degrees and not offered through the 2-year system. And so, you know, does that kind of get in on a little of the piece?
Yes, but in terms of assessment, do you run a, is it a similar assessment that the institution, that the college level institution does? Is that also run at the high school to assess the course and see if the students are performing at whatever levels?
I see. Thank you for your clarification. I'll finish that one point that I forgot before we jump back into that. Sorry. What we saw with HLC, the Higher Learning Commission, which is one of the largest regional accrediting bodies, is the largest regional accrediting body in the United States currently. HLC did some provisions to specifically put in bright line requirements, and then they eventually walked that back. But what was interesting about it is it spurred the conversation of, if we just take all of the boundaries and the lines out, what do we want faculty that are teaching at the 100 and 200 level to have in terms of skill sets, aptitudes, and things like that? And what does that look like in the concurrent enrollment space? And what we had heard through some of those conversations was that there was this desire by institutions to pull the strongest pedagogically prepared faculty into the 1 and 200s. And that was actually the high school group that had already had that and had a degree. So we did see some conversations spin up around that. We have challenged and put out through a call for national research for an entity to really look thoughtfully and carefully at what are the best preparations for any instructor working with those entry-level students, particularly in those gateway courses. Going back to your element of assessment, states take this on in a different way. System offices take it on in a different way. Programs take it on in a different way. A lot of times quality is discussed at the program level. And when the state is very quiet or silent on quality, programs do and should, and if they're following our standards or accredited by us, must look at their program data and student performance compared to on-campus versus off-campus concurrent enrollment sections. And that assumes that those students are coming in with similar background as well. Is that helpful?
Thank you.
Thank you. Regent Brown.
Thank you, Regent Brown, for the record. I really appreciate Regent Downs bringing this up because it is a question I had as well. And I appreciate the conversation, and I think we definitely need to unpack this more because, you know, I've talked to some of our institutions and just like looking at this apples to apples, if we're not allowing a teacher at CCSD to teach at a university, then why are we allowing them to teach university level classes under the guise of somebody in the institution? It doesn't feel right to me. It feels like we aren't doing the students the best service. So I think this is a really interesting start to this conversation. With that, I actually have 2 more questions, and I want to know what kind of like best practices you see and like what's like the standard for R1 institutions specifically participating in the dual enrollment space. Like, do you see a lot of R1s offering dual enrollment?
It depends. Sorry, got to remember Regent Brown, Madam Chair. It depends. You can look at entire states. So Iowa is a great one, and I have another slide deck for another presentation that shows some of the variations about where these programs occur, whether they're in the 2-year or the 4-year space. If you look at the state of Iowa, there is no 4-year institutions participating in these programs because the state specifically says this belongs in the 2-year space. You go over to Indiana, University of Indiana Bloomington is one of the largest providers in the state of Indiana, which also, Indiana, Minnesota, and Iowa, as well as out here in the West, Utah and Idaho, are considered some of the leader states in this area. So the role of R1 institutions, we see it fall into a couple different categories. One role is that, especially if they're like a flagship, their role is really to be that figurehead area that students are looking towards. And so when we see that, we see them participating, building dual credit, and they're doing it through using the exact same faculty qualifications as they use for adjuncts on the campus. We also see institutions in the R1 and flagship space work as more collaborative partners, like look for their piece of the puzzle. We saw that we're working with another state out east where they had a ton of growth in the 2-year space, and the 4 years had no idea that this was really going on, and it was active because there was not communication. The state was not connecting or expecting collaboration. They started noticing these students when they showed up on campus, and the impact on some of the cohorting work that they did on campus, because now these students have, let's say, the first 2 courses out of the way, and those end up being a key component of the cohort approach when the students come on campus. So again, that whole element of like, what are you trying to accomplish? What's everybody's role in it? And getting everybody on the same page is an important element, because otherwise you've got actors that will end up integrating by sending students from one to another that are not communicating about what either is doing. And you guys can guess what that does in a state in terms of trust or feeling like, you're not included on the conversation. So I'd say we either see the 4 years working in this space, or they are the grateful recipients of students that are prepared coming from this space. In fact, the most recent data we have on this is 1 in 4 students that comes to a community college or a 4-year private in the United States is a former dual enrollment student. And 1 in 5 of the students that matriculate to a 4-year institution in the nation is a dual enrollment student. So these students, they're here, they're growing, they're going to continue to grow. That gives states a real, true, unique opportunity to be very thoughtful in the system that they're putting students into, and what the next steps and whose job it is to do those next steps along the way. I always say that there's no better way to get early access to college-capable students that are interested in this, or get early access to college-capable students who have never considered a degree or credential.
I appreciate that. I think, we've been talking a lot about the education path of our students who do want to matriculate and what that looks like, whether it's a workforce program, whether it's a 2 or 4-year degree. And I think this is just a big part of the conversation for us to have. I like the example that you brought up about cohorts. If they don't know what they're getting into, and then, have they wasted their time today? So it's all important. The last question I have is, with the states that you have worked in, the 15 states, have you seen the institutions that do offer dual enrollment count those dual enrollment students towards their overall enrollment numbers?
Thank you, Regent Brown. I'm just scanning my memory brain. Yes, usually we do see those included.
And how do we judge, because we look at year over year, and if they don't, so I'll give you an example, right? If we have a 3.0 GPA requirement, but a student doesn't have a 3.0, but they're allowed to enroll in dual enrollment, they can't necessarily. Now, I understand from our presidents that we make some exceptions. I don't really know the numbers yet. We're getting that number for me. But if that person doesn't go on to that same institution, maybe because they can't, does that look like they dropped out? Is that a number against it? Like, how do we judge that if they're not actually on campus or, enrolled in just that institution?
That's a great question. So I'll take that on in the easiest way because I'm an examples person too. The way that we did it is we specifically coded these students within our banner system across the system so that we could follow them. So they came in as, I forget what the specific code was, non-degree seeking, dual enrolled. so that every admissions officer could see that and start to look and ask about, hey, do you have a transcript that you should be providing, those kind of things. And so we would also further specify whether that was an in-high school model or it was an on-campus or an online model. And we would even put the high school instructor of record in there, and that was a quality assurance element as well. We were looking for challenges. We also we looked at our data and looked for courses that were common dual and concurrent enrollment courses that were then subsequently repeated on campus in one of our MUS systems. So that's how we took it on. I've seen states take it on in a different way. I'm interested or different ways from that. What I have not come across frequently is concerns about campuses saying that we didn't properly prepare these students because they're not on our campus. So those courses basically go with the student and don't basically roll into the performance-based metrics, things like that in terms of completion. Does that address your question?
It does, and I can't speak in whether we code them differently or not, but I did write it down because I do feel, when we're giving enrollment numbers, it would actually be nice to have that differentiation between this is who we are servicing overall versus who we're servicing as dual enrollment versus traditional students or even non-traditional students, but. So,
Yeah,
thank you.
I think that's important. We did, to add another layer, is when we did capture students that matriculated from our dual enrollment programs or dual credit programs, we were then able to look at socioeconomic data based on their Pell eligibility status, and that gave us an additional amount of helpful, useful data to kind of do that quality assurance monitoring. But more data is better, right? Like if you know what you're trying to do with these programs, then figure out a way to see whether you're doing that. And for us, specifically coding these students, give us an opportunity to look through the data and see if there were any red flags and find also some of those programs we really wanted to elevate for exemplars because they expanded the number of low socioeconomic students, or they were in a highly rural area, or they were in a workforce hotspot. Again, that Swiss Army knife, you can use these tools in a variety of different ways.
I'm sorry, I just have one more quick question. Kind of brought it up. For wraparound services, right? We talk a lot about how when you're enrolled in one of our institutions, you're given wraparound services. I think wraparound services show up very differently in an R1 space versus a community college. And so what kind of wraparound services, when we're looking at developing this program, what should we kind of use as a standard barrier for these wraparound services, regardless of the institution that runs the program?
That's a tough one because, the location, and when you look at this nationally, the location ends up being really important. But if we're talking about wraparound, let's talk student disability services, right? The high school and the college are really going to need to determine who is providing what and when that is provided. And one of the things we always recommend people remember is that federal requirements under the IDEA Act, those are the floor. They're not the ceiling. So colleges, when they say, well, we can't do that, the element that we always come back with is it says that you have a minimum expectation. That doesn't mean you can't go above and beyond that as well. I would say the biggest one that I like to look at is thoughtful design of what you're offering for students, both thoughtful within where the students ultimately would take those credits and what institution, but also thoughtful for how that ultimately ports out into the community as well once those students finish those degree or credentials. That element of pathways can be automated. You can put them on a website and people can surf them. But we know that in the students area, people-people interface have an important component on that. So I would say another important wraparound service to kind of really look at in this space is who's doing the advising and what are we telling these students? And is everybody using the same kind of fact sheet for advising in terms of where these courses fit in? Are students made aware of the resources that help them navigate this? Are they given the opportunity to tap on a door and have another meeting to dig in a little bit further? How are parents being supported? How are parents being engaged in this work? Because it is a unique space when you work in that in-between space. So hopefully that gives you enough.
It definitely gives us a lot to think about and talk about. So thank you.
When you get to the point of designing your models, we can tell you in the advising space, nationally there are 3 common models. Either the high school guidance counselor is provided information from the institution. Either they're doing that or they're sharing. Some institutions have a shared position where both the high school and the college kick in money for that, and they have a place-based advisor. And the third model is that colleges are actually sending their advisors out to the campus, either riding a circuit, or they have a day that they come in, or a day in the month that they come in, so students can get that access. And so we see all three of them used, and really it's a commitment, how strong that commitment is to getting it done and done right for students. We've seen success in all three.
Thank you for the questions. Yes, Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you for a very informative presentation. And I go back to slide number 9, because we, as a board, have not set any policy. We've just, things have been growing, and now we're trying to get our arms around it. Kind of.
Yeah, that happens.
That happens. And so we're moving forward, though. And as we set this policy, it says here, the failure to ensure quality jeopardizes institutional accreditation. Then it says the NWCCU has a clear quality expectation. So as we're setting this policy, would you say we need to go back, really review their policy to make sure that the policy then that we institute meets all that, so we're not putting anybody in jeopardy? Because we are kind of all over the board, the pay, the qualifications, et cetera. And I feel like that our train's left the station. I don't want to penalize anybody because good work is being done, but maybe at some point, okay, this has happened, but going forward, this is how it's going to be, and then you just sunset and leave the people that are doing what they're doing. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying. Thank you, Regent DiCarlo. If you think that's fun, we do the same thing on our national level. The train's already left the station, and everybody's kind of built their programs the way that they're going to build them. We're trying to, pardon the expression, but we're trying to herd the cats, right? And, you've got it if you work with cats, you've got to know you've got to incentivize things like that, or at least be useful and helpful in some way, shape, or form. So I would say NWCCU, their clear quality expectation is that they call out that people should be using our standards. So getting familiar with the standards that we have are not just good practice, but they will make your accreditor feel a lot more comfortable about the way these programs are run, the level of oversight and data collected on them to ensure that they are meeting with a high level of integrity what the expectations are. So I would say they use our standards. You can look at theirs. These bullet points I think I pulled, oh no, not these ones, the ones on the prior slide where I say they unpack their expectation. They were pulled directly from their memo. It was a memo that was sent to me by system level staff as well, so they're well aware of that. But I would say, when you start working on these programs, or when you get to the point where they are no longer a small niche and they are becoming a predominant part of the education conversation, that is the best opportunity to corral the cat. Because if you kick that can further down the road with the hard conversations, the problem gets bigger, but it doesn't get addressed. So now you're dealing with a bigger scale of problem with the same issue.
Thank you. I'd like a follow-up question too. So I would ask our institutions in their accreditation process, those of you that are doing dual enrollment, have you had any comments from the accreditation, NWCCU? Anybody? Start with you. You're chewing. Dr. Hilgerson, can you start on that one? Please. Thank you.
Well, the timing's a little off because our 7-year accreditation was 3 years ago now? Yeah, so I guess the short answer is no. But I will also say that we do follow, for the most part, the NACEP standards. And that's been my concern all along, that in the state of Nevada, we don't have a model. We haven't had a clear plan. We are trying to herd the cats now. I don't think there's any strategy behind it. I think unfortunately, the formula funding model does kind of lead to this sort of perverse competition, which is unfortunate. And I've been a broken record for 3 years, so that there's just not more I can say about that. But I'm just my heart is uplifted right now by hearing this presentation. And it's never too late to start doing something better. So I hope we can do something better. And the other thing I'll add to that is, for me, the dual enrollment space, which in 2017, this board had a meeting with the State Department, and that was my signal, because at that meeting, and there are notes on this, it was agreed that we needed to move forward and the presidents agreed that for the most part, not in all cases, but the freshman, sophomore dual enrollment courses would be in the purview of the two-year community colleges. John White was the interim chancellor at the time, and there are notes from those meetings as well. At that moment, as a president, I instructed the leadership team to start, let's do this and let's do it right. We hired people. We invested a lot of money in building a high-quality dual enrollment program, which is still alive and well today for now. And we actually, our primary model in the high school space, we have many models, I think 4 or 5 to be exact, but we had been deploying high-quality part-time faculty or full-time faculty with identical qualifications to our campus, to the high schools, following the model that Chet began. I'm blanking on Chet's at WNC, right? We followed that model and we scaled it up for our service area, being very respectful of service area. The model is very successful, and one of the questions I have for NACEP that you can take at a later time, for me, it's not just about, oh, they passed the same final exam, check. College education is much more than passing the final exam, right? So for me, one of the questions is, and having taught communication courses, if I'm teaching a public speaking course, is the level of discussion and participation the same or very close to the same kind of discussion and courageous conversation, let's take an intercultural communication class, for example, as my college classroom, right? Can those high school students sitting in a high school class with other high school students get to this high-level adult conversation that their parents might not want to know about, to be blunt, right? Does that high school teacher have the same academic freedom that a college or university faculty member has? It is in those conversations, those are just as transformative as, yeah, I got a C on my final exam. And I think we're oversimplifying the assessment process when we hone in on, oh, they passed the same test, right? And I'd love for Amy to speak to that, considering your background as a middle school educator, because I think that's, for me, I want dual enrollment to be authentic. I want students in those high schools to be pushed, right? And in the state of Nevada, we got a lot of work to do to create models that can push those students, whether it's in the concurrent model or the Jumpstart space or an embedded high school, right, which we have also at TMCC. So I hope that covers it.
It does, thank you. And I guess, Kyle, you're ready, you're not eating.
Yeah, thank you. Kyle Dalby, Western Nevada College. So our accreditation report is in process. We get evaluated next year, April. Having served as an evaluator for many years and having been on both sides of the table, I feel confident that our dual enrollment is where it needs to be. It's not perfect, but we can look at improvements, but we can also talk about our wins there. We do look at the fundamental piece of the outcomes being the piece that is the student learning outcomes being assessed within those classes, whether they're delivered on the college campus or in the high school as a college class, to ensure that they're the same outcomes, but that they're being met. So that's part of our assessment process. But again, our accreditation is in April of next year.
Sorry, Dr. Amber Dinelli, president at Great Basin College, for the record. And I would say, we have everybody has these different models. Our dual enrollment model, the majority of our high school students are mixed with our college students. So they're getting that same experience, but we know, because we do have extremely large percentage of dual enrollment students, that where we're missing a gap is that concurrent enrollment area. And that just allows some of those students that are in our underserved populations to go on a little bit longer. Some of our classes are only 8 weeks or the 16 weeks, and the concurrent model for us, in most cases, allows those students to take, say, an English 101 class from, the start of the fall all the way through the spring. And so it's still giving an opportunity for those students who may be first-time college students, maybe English as second learner students, an opportunity to take a college class. So that's what we're looking at. But I can say that one of the things that we butt up against is having high school instructors outside of the dual enrollment, but in the concurrent enrollment, to be able to meet that level of that master's degree and in a specific area. So it does continue to be a challenge for us. Our accreditation, yes, we are always talking to them because it is a large percentage of what we do. and looking at that model. But I would tell you that I assumed until the last Board of Regents meeting that we were all having the same requirements of the master's degree. So that was an eye opener even for me as somebody who, comes from an institution that that requirement is unique and different for all of us. And that's definitely something that I think we need to look at as a system. Thank you.
Bill Kibler, College of Southern Nevada. I don't have a lot of information on this, but I have reviewed the 4 recommendations that came to our institution from our last accreditation in 2022, and none of those involved how we're doing in the dual enrollment space, involved other issues. So we've not had a recommendation to come from Northwest about that either.
Doc?
No, Darian Pollard, for the record, my response would be similar to my colleagues from CSN. We went through accreditation a few years ago. There were no comments at that time, but I will go back and look again to see if there's anything new that would be emerging.
Thank you, Regent Del Carlo. Jeff Thompson, for the record, Executive Vice President and Provost, University of Nevada, Reno. Yes, we have worked very closely with NWCCU and NACIP as we've set up our programs to make sure we understand the expectations and the requirements for accreditation, to make sure we're focused on student learning outcomes and also assessment and being able to compare student learning outcomes and course assessment for high school students and compare them with students on our campus, which we are doing. We underwent our accreditation review a year ago and had some wonderful discussions with the external accreditors, but nothing came out in our report.
Hi, Regent Del Carlo. For the record, Keith Whitfield, UNLV. Due to the incident that happened on our campus, we were actually scheduled to do our accreditation visit this spring. It got pushed back to 2025. And so our information is maybe the oldest of all of this in terms of that. We've been in that space and working, and I think because of some of the things that have happened across the system of not having one way to do it, we jumped in and wanted to make sure that, if there were schools that we could approach, we did. One of the things, and I don't know if this directly addresses your point, but I think it's the bigger point, and that is that it's about coordination. I think in some ways there are different motivations behind doing it, and so then there's been different ways in which people have done dual enrollment. But if we could have one that perhaps works through the chancellor's relationship with the state superintendent, and then with whoever comes in as Clark County superintendent, having some more coordination so we're not bumping into each other and there doesn't feel like that it's a competitive space, that it's more of a cooperative space, I think would be useful.
Thank you to all the presidents. Thank you.
Thank you. Chancellor Charlton.
Thank you. For the record, Patty Charlton, Interim Chancellor. So first, for the board's assurance, last July, we did have a conversation about dual and concurrent enrollment, and I will call out that the Northwest Commission does have a policy, and the policy reads, in addition to encouraging institutions to follow the NACIP standards, Northwest or NWCCU requires that institutions ensure that instructors participating in dual credit or dual enrollment programs have at least the institution's required minimum qualifications for instructors teaching college-level courses. That is the policy. When Sunny was here earlier, he talked about standards, he talked about eligibility requirements and policies. And so as a 7-year comprehensive visit is sometimes undertaken, an institution and evaluators have 2 days to complete all of their work in looking at an entire top head to tail look at the institution. So they do the very best they can in the very comprehensive way that they do. In July, in the P&G manual, we did model and actually stated that we will follow the NWCCU requirements. And so we wanted to have NACIP here today because we know that this is an emerging area. Vice Chancellor Archer and I are meeting with State Superintendent Ebert on Wednesday of this week to really focus on that strategic next direction. The institutional presidents and representatives from their units got together a couple of years ago, and you settled out the disconnect on the charging of what you were going to assess for classes. What did not get completely resolved, though, was this instructor qualification area. And so it is different. One of the things, Amy, that you touched on that makes me just a little uncomfortable is when you referenced an instructor of record. That is not necessarily the individual doing the direct instruction, but maybe working hand in hand. So, I know at least in one of the last NASEP guideline documents that I saw that is not something that is encouraged or supported by NASEP. I don't know if that's changed on an instructor of record where you have an instructor that is listed as the one providing the instruction, but may be working with someone else. Can you clarify that?
Madam Chair, Chancellor Charlton, did I get it right? Sorry. That's a really good clarification. I was using instructor of record as that is the instructor that delivered the person that is on the academic transcript as delivering that, not that it's a team teaching model and only one that perhaps doesn't meet the credentialing requirements is not on the record and the other one is. So that's a helpful clarification.
Great, thank you. And so I think for the board as well, this is a conversation we need to continue to have, and I appreciate assessment is really at the end of the day, our faculty live and breathe that, our institutions have to document that, and I think it's the same as how students are performing, but also that they're realizing the same expectations of a course and the course outcomes are the same, because remember, when that student takes a class and they get that transcript, that means that they're qualified to take the next class, and they have to have that same educational outcome that is achieved. And so I know we have a lot to do in this space, and we're committed to rolling up our sleeves and getting it done to make sure that this is successful for everyone, and mostly for the student. Because the last thing that we want is a student to be unsuccessful and have that transcript come with them and have further negative impact to them.
Completely agree with you. Thank you. And to piggyback on that, I think you used the term liaison and instructor of record. Can you maybe go into some more depth on what that, how you define that and how they're related?
Yeah, absolutely, Madam Chair, members of the Regents. So faculty liaison is that person in either the discipline, let's say like the sciences, or in that specific course that is assigned to the high school instructor. That high school instructor meets the minimum criteria for hiring as an adjunct and is generally on that transcript as the course instructor for that. Those faculty liaisons have a variety of activities that look a little different in different programs, but some of the most important ones, I think, to highlight, particularly to your point about, how do we get the assessment to that important spot where student learning is taking place and it's not just filling out. I don't think they use Scantrons anymore, but I feel like people know what that is here in this room. Sorry, I don't want to make assumptions. So if you want more holistic and nuanced assessment, then that's something that needs to be conveyed to the instructor that's taking on the instruction in that course. That is, once again, and I hate to sound like a broken record, but that's that shared goal, vision, and collaboration kind of piece in communication. It's building that mutual relationship. So faculty liaisons are the ones generally in charge of doing the onboarding training and orienting the person to use the LMS and how to report grades, the logistics of that. They are the primary go-to for the instructor, but more importantly, they are the primary go-to on the pedagogy. What are we trying to accomplish through this course? Where does it fit in the overall structure? Why does our department offer this? Why is it critical to that next step? So I think that's an important element. And then we do require, for NASEP accredited institutions, we require annual discipline-specific professional development. And if I'm going to say there's one standard where we see colleges struggle, that is the one. But that means, and I'm a former high school, middle school teacher. When I took, and I was a science teacher, when I took DNA stuff and biology, things changed a lot in the 5 years from that. So specific discipline, specific professional development keeps that tight connection between, let's say, your research university faculty that are learning all the new and or driving and emerging technology. It keeps that connected to the high school. Now, I have kids that are in high school. That's the kind of connection I want my kids to have to current research at our R1 university in the state as well. So the faculty liaison is that go-to for questions about, hey, we've got really students struggling with this type of assessment. I don't know why they're having a hard time on this essay component. Do we have any additional things that we can do? Faculty liaisons work on the professional development piece for the instructor. They are that person that is the liaison. Often we also encourage, but we do not require, we encourage the high school instructor to actually go observe the college course that they are teaching in the high school so they can see the rapport, so they can build off of that and see that as kind of their model. We also do require a faculty liaison to go into the high school and do periodic site visits. So that is part of our accreditation requirements. And so what we saw that was really unique during the pandemic was because all of this started to move into the Zoom space, we saw a lot of more collaborative co-teaching in the fact that we're partnering to talk about a lesson or an activity, not co-teaching for the entire course. And that creates new and unique opportunities as well. So Madam Chair, does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. I have a question from Regent Ariscotta. Your mic is not on, I believe.
Nope, I'm on. Am I on now, guys?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. On page 11, you highlighted collaboration. However, it wasn't dissected of the level of collaboration. Is it collaboration through the Board of Regents with the Nevada Board of Education? Is it the Nevada Board of Education through the campuses that are providing the dual enrollment or the concurrent enrollment? Or is it the Board of Regents with each of the campuses that are providing the concurrent enrollment and the dual enrollment? Could you give us a little bit more background on that level of collaboration?
Regent Ariscotta? Madam Chair,
Close enough.
members of the Regents, thank you, sorry. Yeah, I'll unpack that. And I don't mean to be quippy, but it's kind of all of the above, right? We're taking two systems that are separated in time and space. They have different oversight mechanisms. They have different funding. They also have different objectives and they play a different role, and we're merging them. So coordination and collaboration are foundational to that. So I would say back to that point about vertical and horizontal alignment, as a governing board, you have the opportunity to work with your counterparts on the K-12 governing board to set a shared goal and mission. Now, they'll look at what things they need, timelines they have to work with, and objectives on their side of the house. You do the same with your strategic plan. But without that coordination, it's missing an opportunity to really build a more holistic system that is better serving students from the day they set foot in the public school all the way to the day they walk off campus with their diploma. And so none of that works unless all partners on both sides are aware. And if you fold in workforce on this, that's an additional entity that really needs to be collaboratively at the table, kind of talking about what their objectives are. And I know in the two-year space, just based on my experience showed that the two-year space had to be tightly tuned to that workforce voice as well. And so that ended up being our proxy voice that went down into shaping what we offered, the strategies and techniques, the tools that were utilized in a particular program to meet those objectives. So I would say across the spectrum from a governing standpoint, look at who else you're getting into this work with, and it's going to be the K-12 side of the house. And then challenge campuses in high school to do the same so that it's iteratively reproduced throughout the chain of education.
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Are there any other questions, discussion? Well, I appreciate your time here with us today. This has been a very enlightening conversation. I think it's a continuing discussion that we need to have in our state. So we will hopefully be tapping you once again to help us with that. So I really appreciate it. Thank you again.
It was my pleasure. Thank you all for the time here. I'm only one flight away.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, we'll move on to item number 12, which is new business.
We have the second part of this agenda item.
Oh, well,
There's a second part.
I greatly apologize. I'm sorry. Please go ahead.
Sorry, Daniel, you're not off the hook yet.
All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Daniel Archer for the record here. I'll try to be brief here because I know we're trying to wrap up, but there's really 4 key pieces I did want to touch on. And 2 of these are follow-up from the last board meeting and requests that 2 regions had. So we're going to talk about how dual credit has really shifted our undergraduate enrollment profiles. We're also going to talk about who's being served and who's not being served through dual credit offerings, and that's a follow-up for Regent Cruz Crawford. We're going to get into the demographics of the dual credit students, and lastly, we're going to get into some dual credit outcomes. That's follow-up for Regent Del Carlo. So at the outset here, I just want to kind of point out that when we talk about dual credit, we're talking about all high school students taking a college course while in high school. So that's kind of the overarching credit. And within that, there's 2 sort of buckets here. So when we kind of unpack this here, you'll see concurrent enrollment. We're specifically talking about any college course taught by a high school instructor. So the simple piece here is who's teaching the course here. Concurrent enrollment means the high school instructor is teaching the course. Conversely, dual enrollment, when we unpack that one, any college class taught by an adjunct or full-time college instructor. So it could be a number of different scenarios, just as a couple. You have a student, high school student, who goes to the college and takes the course, or it could be a case where the college sends an adjunct instructor to the high school to teach the course. But again, dual credit is all high school students taking college courses, and then concurrent specifically means a high school instructor teaching the course, and dual enrollment means a college instructor teaching the course. So we have pie graphs here that show the undergraduate populations, and there's one piece of the pie here represents the dual enrollment population. The other piece of the pie represents those who are not dual enrollment. So simply what we're doing here is kind of breaking it down, the undergraduate population by those that are in high school and those who are not in high school, when we look at the dual versus non-dual here. So, and the way that the pie has been sliced is a lot different now. When you compare 2018 to 2023, you'll see here in just a moment here. And this is, again, not intended to shed negative light on anybody. I think the intent here is just to simply point out that the undergraduate student profile is changing. It's changed a lot the last 5 years here. So you'll see here, just looking at UNLV here, looking at fall of 18, 103 in the dual, just over 25,000 in the non-dual space here. And you'll see 2023, it's changed some. You'll see an increase there. And the dual population there at 1344, and then their non-dual population, their degree-seeking students on campus has gone down a little bit, not significantly, but a little bit there. So that profile's changed some. We look at UNR here, you'll see that there was very little dual credit activity back in 2018, just 14 students. We move forward here and look at 2023, and you'll see that's jumped up to over 2,000 students, so pretty significant increase there. The other piece in this is that the non-dual credit students have gone down by about 2,000 students. So if you look at their overall enrollment, it's really about the same, but there's definitely been a shift there because you have an increase in dual credit and a decrease in the non-dual credit. Then NSHE, you'll see here, 625 and 4290. And we look at the dual and non-dual for fall of 18. You'll see a shift here, bumped up to 3,100 for the dual credit, and then 4,106 so for the non-dual credit. So the non-dual credit is largely the same, just a little bit down, but the dual has taken a significant increase there, and now that's about, I think, 43% of the fall 2023 enrollment there was dual credit here. We get into CSN, their profile looks largely the same in terms of how the pie is kind of dispersed here. See, they've gone down about 5,000 students in the non-dual space, and the dual space is actually almost exactly the same. See, GBC here has gone up just a little bit in the dual population. Their non-dual population, though, has gone down. So with the increase in dual and the decrease in non-dual, you'll see that the slice of the pie is much bigger for the dual population in fall of 23. Then TMCC, you'll see here has gone down about 2,000 students in the non-dual population, and then has more than doubled the dual population. And then WNC here, last but not least. See there again, significant increase there. I know President Dalpy's been real transparent. I know he said this several times since I've been here. He's, I think, said that 42% of their fall enrollment was the dual credit space. And then you see, of course, the non-dual credit space there has gone down a little bit there. So in terms of who we're serving and maybe who we're not serving, you'll see that over 96% of high schools had a student in dual credit in 23-24. You'll see that 3 out of 4 counties had 100% of their students in a dual credit course in 23-24. There were only 5 in the state that did not have a student in dual credit in 23-24. And I know the question is, where are those schools here? Just to kind of run through those quickly here. You'll see there were 2 in Clark County, 1 in Washoe, 1 in Humboldt, and then lastly there was 1 in Lander. So over 96% of high schools again had a student in a dual credit experience. There were only 5 that did not. Yeah, it was just dual. So it's everything that's a high school student taking a college course, one high school. And then we're looking at the dual credit by race ethnicity here. You'll see pretty significant shifts from 14-15 to 22-23, majority white in 14-15 to majority non-white in 22-23. And you'll see the Hispanic population is now the biggest piece of the pie, or at least in the more recent data set, coming in at 33%. And the last 2 slides get into outcomes here. I know this is something that Regent Del Carlo asked about at the last meeting here. And so what we're looking at here is what we call the capture rate here. And some also call it the college going rate. So what we're looking at is the percentage of Nevada high school graduates that enroll at an NSHE institution within a 1-year period after high school graduation. That's what we're looking at here. And you'll see we've captured a pretty low percentage. We're looking here specifically at the students who did not have a dual credit experience. So you'll see it's pretty low, under 30% there in the most recent 2 years there. So again, we're looking at the percentage of high school graduates that we captured within a 1-year period, and we're specifically looking at those who did not participate in dual credit. The question now becomes, what about those students who did participate in dual credit? You'll see the numbers are significantly higher for those who participated in dual credit, nearly 19 percentage points higher there when we compare the 21-22 data set. This slide here gets into completion rates. So what we're looking at here is we're looking at those who graduated at a Nevada high school, and we're looking at the percentage of those students who completed a credential within a 6-year period after high school graduation. How many of those, what percentage of those students completed? And again, we're specifically focusing on those students who did not have a dual credit experience. And again, you'll see those numbers are on the low side here, around 40%, lower than 40% here in the most recent data set. Again, the question becomes, what about those students who had a dual credit experience? Are there significant differences? And there are. You'll see in the most recent data set that the completion rate was nearly 19 percentage points higher there when we compare those who participated in dual and those who did not participate in dual credit. Also want to point out again, the dashboard, again, Jose Martinez, shout out to him again, has done some really good work, so I encourage you to dive into some of that data if you have some time here. This is a really strong point of interest right now here, but there's some good information there. And just really want to close out on, just to reiterate, the effectiveness of dual credit. There's a cascade of research that's out there that shows the effectiveness of dual credit here. It increases study skills, it increases time management skills, it increases confidence. When you compare those who participated in dual versus those who did not, I'm saying exactly what President Ramaswamy said earlier. Those who participate in dual credit are far more likely to go to college, they're far more likely to be retained, they're far more likely to graduate, they graduate in less time, the list goes on and on and on. And I know some people, when this subject comes up, they say, well, you know, you're doing an apples and oranges comparison. You're looking at really high-achieving high school students versus low-achieving high school students. And when you drill down and look at the data, there have been a number of studies that have looked at mediocre high school students that are in maybe that 2.75, 2.8 high school GPA. When you drill down and compare apples to apples, and you look at those or you look at that specific population, the students who participated in dual significantly outperformed them. They were significantly more likely to enroll, and the list goes on and on. So this is definitely, I think, a very, very important strategy for us to try to embrace as much as possible.
Thank you. Questions? Regent Del Carlo?
Thank you, Chair Cavallo. First of all, just want to thank you for including this. I know it was a supplemental stuff to our presentation today, but this really, really, really points out why we're doing this work and why it needs to grow and why this board needs to come together and set that policy, even though, we know the train's left the station, but we're not going to undo the good work we've already done. And I guess I will just shout it out and say it's UNR that's down in Clark County. I mean, I don't feel we should ever penalize a school that was asked to come in, put a beautiful program together. The Collegiate Academy is amazing. I don't know if I wore my medal. We all got a medal at the June meeting in our packet of things, and it was really cool. I wore my medal to something, and it was neat. I guess I really like that, but I really appreciate you doing that. This is a huge component. Dual credit or concurrent enrollment, however you want it, whichever way you're going, tells these kids they can do it. And when you believe you can do something, you do it. Those slides showing that they went on to higher ed, I mean, that's amazing, the difference, because they believe in themselves and then they finish. I'm really glad you tracked that, and I hope we continue to track that. And I haven't looked lately, Vice Chancellor Archer, but is that part of our data dashboards now? Is that going to be a new one that we'll have? Is it in there? Dual?
Yes.
Yeah, enrollment. Okay,
Yes.
I haven't looked for a while, so I look forward to continuing this conversation with my colleagues as we, at some future point, set the policy. And I'm really, what I got out of all of this is that we're doing it some different ways and things, but we're still following all the guidelines that our accreditors and Miss Williams's group, we're following everything. We're kind of just doing it our Nevada way. And I do want to point out one thing on the slide for Washoe County. Gerlach is 2 hours away from Reno, way out, almost by the Black Rock Desert. That's the gateway city to Burning Man, and anybody's ever been. But they only had one student in their high school graduation class this year. One student. So I just point that out because I doubt that we're going to be doing dual enrollment for one student. Am I correct? I guess you could do it online, but
Right.
I'm just saying, it's not because they haven't tried there. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Downs?
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. I want to thank Regent Del Carlo for requesting this item, and I want to thank you for putting this all together, you and your staff, and just congratulate all the schools, the presidents and their staff, and also the faculty who have given this opportunity to the high school students. So this really just speaks volumes. It's right there in front of us. So it's really helpful to see that. Thank you all.
Thank you. Regent Brown?
Thank you, Regent Brown. For the record, I mean, yeah, I am also excited to see these numbers. Clearly, the graph doesn't lie, right? But that still doesn't mean that we don't have a responsibility to streamline it and to make it, consistent across the board. I mean, the Nevada way, like, come on, we got to at least do better than it just is working. So, there's plenty of things that we can learn and glean from other institutions. And if something's already functioning, great, then we'll build it. We'll create something that we want, and we can always go back and make edits to things that are working, right? Like, I don't want that to be the bar for us. So I just want to share that as, like, I think this is nothing but hopeful that where we need to come up with commonality and streamline the process so we can see that across the board. And so I just wanted to kind of share where I share in the excitement. I don't share in the status quo kind of thinking, and I think we can do better. So thank you.
Thank you. President Hilgerson?
Hi, President Hilgersson for the record. First of all, it's great to see dual enrollment data, so thank you. It's wonderful. I think that's the first step, is just trying to take stock. I do have a couple of questions about it, though. When I look at the first set of graphs, I noticed it's a 2018 to 23. What I would be interested in seeing is a year-to-year comparison of the overall system numbers of students served. So, for example, I'm not clear, and maybe this can be done very quickly. Maybe it's already on a dashboard, but I'm not clear what was the difference in dual enrollment credit students, concurrent enrollment credit students who were served in the state of Nevada fall 2022 versus fall 2023, fall 21, 22, 23. And I ask that because I think that there may be a bit of a mirage happening here where we think we've served more high school students, but we've actually shifted them around a bit, changing the deck chairs, but not on the Titanic because the ship is going fast now, and that's wonderful, right? And so I think that number would be really helpful for me to understand how we're doing in the actual numbers of students served. And then the other thing that I'm concerned about, Daniel, and I wonder if you could just explain it, when I looked at the graph, I was actually surprised by this, and I think it may link to the reason why I'm asking the first question. But when I look at is it slide 2021, high school graduates continuing to NSHE by dual credit status? Yeah. What I see is that we reached a peak in 2017-18, and now we've actually gone down, and I don't understand that. Like, if we're doing so much more, why are we going down in the number of percentage of high school graduates? And I don't, I just need to understand that, because to me, what I see is it's flat, that our efforts aren't really yielding anything new. And so again, that points to the need for a model, a high quality model that we know works, that we know will increase that percentage significantly, because right now it's still flat. It's actually lower than it was in 2017.
What slide's that, excuse me?
I'm looking at slide, is it 21? 21.
Please, Mr. Archer, did you have an answer to that
No,
now?
I think, yeah, Renee probably may have. Has probably a little more historical context. So
Sure.
Well, Renee Davis, for the record, I just wanted to in terms of the total numbers that is on the dashboards through 22-23, total number of dual enrolled students, and there are also the number of credits taken and other data. But that number has been going up. In 22-23, it was 14,861 students. The prior year, 12,389. Prior to that, 11,608. So the total number of students served has been increasing steadily. Just wanted to put that out there, and there are details on the dashboard. If you use that first link on this slide here, actually you can have access to all of that on one of the tabs.
Thank you.
Thank you. I had a few questions. One was, I know from being a parent of a student who took some, I guess it would be concurrent enrollment classes. There was a requirement for my student to take an assessment before they were able to get in that class, or in those classes. So if we know from data that, and she was a very good student, I'll say, but if we know that concurrent enrollment and dual enrollment that is available to all students is good for even those lower performing students, why is there this obstacle there for them? And that may not be a question for us. That may be more for the school districts. But I'd like to offer an opportunity if there's anyone that can answer that question, or if I'm just asking the wrong group of people right now.
I think President Dinelli might have a comment.
For the record, President Dinelli, Great Basin College. One of the things that is unique with each of these school districts is that while the one that you're specifically talking about had this assessment, some have none. Some require an advisor, a high school advisor, to look at how they're performing in the high school before they're even allowed to take one of those, either dual or concurrent. But there's no specific, there's no model. It just varies between any of the school districts. So it's really difficult in how we, are addressing which students come in where, which is why those relationships with the superintendents and these principals of all of these schools is really important. And it also just speaks to the challenges of navigating through dual enrollment when you serve numerous school districts, because they are so unique and different. But I wish there was one way just to say, yeah, let's remove that barrier, but it might have just been for your particular school. Thank you.
Thank you, and I appreciate that clarification. So that could just be a specific high school specific requirement. I don't know, but I think it would, this conversation really lends to the fact that we need to have these conversations with the state superintendent as well, so that we can align as best we can. I do have another question regarding the slides on the graphs on slides 21 and 22. So if we compare those on slide 22, because it's a 6-year cohort that we're looking at there, our most recent data is from 16-17. And so I just would like to understand, so for 2016-17, just take the dual enrollment cohort, 56.7% completed within 6 years. Is that 56.7% of the 59.5% on the previous slide? Or is that a much higher amount, or am I comparing two things that shouldn't be?
Renee Davis for the record. You were right in your first statement that it is a percentage of the percentage. So many students continued, and then so many of those students who had the experience graduated within that period.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it. Okay, are there any other questions or comments? Hearing none, I appreciate this presentation. Thank you so much, and I look forward to continuing discussions on this topic. All right, so now we will move to item number 12, new business. Is there any new business from Regents?
Yes.
Please go ahead, Regent McMichael.
It appears that we're lacking the ability to either review or have an appeals on members that are taken off of committees. Since we're the only ones on committees, we're the only ones that can be removed. I would like to see a board set up consisting of 3 to 5 regions to review and or act in an appeal process for a member that has been removed.
Thank you. Any other new business? Yes, Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. I'd like to, we talked a lot about the NWCCU today, and as Regents, we're not really involved or know what the cycle is. So I'd like to see the board office put together a matrix by institution by 7 years, and just let us know where you are in the process. So when we do have our frequent calls with our presidents, we can include this in our discussions. So we're up to speed and on track with all that. And then my other one, and sorry I failed to look at our new business calendar that is on our board pack, but we have got to somebody so soon have that A1, or not A1, artificial intelligence. I got it as one discussion. We're behind. So we got to get going on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Other new business? All right, so I'll close new business. Before we go to public comment, I'd just like to send out a thank you to everybody. First who is here today and yesterday. I really do appreciate your participation. I'd like to especially thank President Sandoval and Executive Vice President and Provost Jeff Thompson. Thank you so much for allowing us to be in this space. And campus partners Aubrey Flores, Jake DeDecker, Eric Killian, Noel Gueco, Sheila Bray, Lauren McHugh, and Cinnamon Oliphant. Also from audiovisual, Rick Romero, Ben Labrador, and Samuel Williams. From SCS, Brian Anzalone, James Unfried, Bentley Holmes Gull, Paul Gilbert Deoka, Ed Boog, Gar Casal, and Tim Shupp. From catering, which was delicious, Lori Megna and her team with Irresistible Events, and security with University Police Services. So thank you all for all of your efforts the last 2 days. All right, we will go to public comment. Is there any public comment at GBC?
No public comment here at GBC.
Thank you. Is there any public comment at the Reno office?
None in Reno.
Thank you. Is there any public comment here at the Cooperative Extension?
So, hi, my name is David Cooper, COOPER. I am the Faculty Senate Chair at Nevada State, or incoming Faculty Senate Chair at Nevada State. But more pertinent to this discussion, I think I am Assistant Professor of Chemistry, and I also served as a liaison for the dual credit program for Coronado High School in 2021-22. One of the things I wanted to talk a little bit about is which courses are being offered as dual credit. I teach Chemistry 121, which is the general chemistry course, which is required for most of our STEM degrees. But the dual credit course that we help host is Chem 105, which is chemistry for non-majors. And in general, I think that the high school students who would be taking a college chemistry course in high school as part of a dual credit would be those who would be interested in STEM fields, whereas Chem 105 doesn't really assist in their degrees. So it would count as a general elective, but because it is chemistry for non-majors, it would only count as a degree requirement for non-major fields. So I just ask that the board and consider which courses are being offered and potentially look into maybe extending what courses are offered to help assist and expand the dual credit program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Carol Del Carlo. I'm a member of the Board of Regents. Today, we received a memo from UNLV stating that our Chief of Security, Adam Garcia, was retiring, and today's his last day. And I just want to publicly thank him. He's been an amazing leader in the safety of our campuses. He was instrumental in combining our security forces up north, and it was so well done. We never thought we could do this, and we have saved millions and millions of dollars. I wish I had that figure, but I didn't look it up today. And that was under former Regent Chair Kevin Page that we did this. And they started with DRI, UNR, and TMCC. It worked so well. Then they brought in GBC, and then they brought in WNC, because WNC had, in those days, had been policed by the Carson City, but everybody got better coverage. It was such a wonderful model that he was tasked to come down south and put that together, and he really walked into a mess. I don't think any of you were on the board then, but there's really some things that needed fixing, and he dug in and did it, and you don't always make friends doing those kinds of things when you're coming in. And he was so instrumental in so many things, but one of the biggest things he did for us was he went after so many grants. It's just amazing. I think in a previous meeting, he'd let us know that he'd gotten the locks at UNLV, and honestly, him and his well-prepared force really saved many students and more people as horrible as the tragedy was that day, we really have Adam to thank. And, you know, there's a time that we all give it up and decide to retire. I just want to wish him nothing but the best. He's an amazing leader, and we've benefited so much from his leadership, and he will be deeply, deeply missed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm Donald McMichael, McMichael. I just wanted to say Jubilee. And I think that the funding for that should come out of the rainy day fund. The whole time I've been on the board here, it seemed like it's been one emergency after another when it comes to trying to maintain staff and faculty because they can find employment and make a better living elsewhere. This doesn't seem to be hard to correct. All we have to do is get some of that rainy day fund. I mean, what is it doing if it's just sitting there, just collecting interest? And then secondly, I would like to say, any groups that have a working definition that would like to include that into the NSHE handbook, come on down. And you also need to attention Regent McMichael if and when you do decide to send any of that information forward. I'll make sure that it gets the proper attention. And I know I'll have at least 3 regions that will be able to bring that forward on an agenda item. And thirdly, it appears that Channel 13 has made a libelous statement saying that the chair, Amy Carvello, and the vice chair, Jeffrey Downs, condemned McMichael for his statements without mentioning McMichael. I've already talked to Chair, and she said that no such statement came from the board. And I think we need to push back on that and push back on it hard. Otherwise, it makes the board look weak if we do not have them correct that statement. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I will adjourn this meeting at 2:38. Oh, I'm sorry. Is there any public comment on the phone lines?
There are no callers at this time, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So I will now adjourn this meeting. Thank you.